allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll just remain standing for a brief moment of silence for those veterans in our community and those that have been afflicted in our community. Might have a brief moment of silence in remembrance of. And another one that we'd like to remember is Karen Johnson, that recently passed. She was a member of and she worked for the town for many years in dispatch. Thank you. Council, next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I know we have a consent agenda. I don't know if we need to take those off or when we get to.
When we get to the.
Okay, when we get to the consent agenda.
I move approval of the agenda, Mr.
As presented. Okay, we have a motion to approve. We have a second to that.
A second.
A second. Any discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
So, approval of the minutes of January 27th, 2015, regular meeting minutes. Council?
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
So move on to under item 7, presentations of the FY 2013-2014 financial audit to council. Ms. Marietta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, town manager, youth council member. Today I have with me Robert Gonzalez from Accounting and Consulting Group. He will just go over the presentation, small presentation that he has for you. We'll yield any questions, and then we'll go into the presentation just from the Finance Audit Committee.
Okay. Thank you. Again, my name is Robert Gonzalez, and I am here to represent Accounting and Consulting Group. We were the auditors for the 2014 fiscal year audit, and I was not the on-site manager. Our on-site manager was Lori Lawless. However, we are happy to announce she had a baby today, so she was not here to make it. So I have filled for her shoes today. I will quickly go over just a summary of the audit, and then I will ask for any questions from those councils. So we started our audit in we got the approval from the Office of the State Auditor on May 23rd, 2014. Our entrance conference was held on July 16th, and at that time, those charged with governance and top management met with us to go over the responsibilities of the board, top management, and our firm. We began field work on July 14th, 2014, which included a single audit. At this time, the single audit, which is a federal award audit, went over the regional airport program, and basically it is called Airport Improvements, and it's a $2 million project, and it's 86% of your guys' federal expenditures. Substantive work, or what we like to call the numbers, began on September of 2014. The exit conference was held on November 24th, and we are happy to announce that we did get the audit in on time. The audit deadline date was December 1st, as it always is. The financial statements did get an okay to print on December 1st, 2014, with no rejection by the state auditor. And you guys received the release letter on February 4th of 2015. 5 days later, that report became public information. The types of opinions that you guys received were unmodified, related to the financial statements. That is the best opinion you guys can receive. That means users of the financial statements can rely materially on the numbers. You guys also received an unmodified opinion related to your federal awards or your single audit. Again, that is the best opinion that you guys can receive. A couple highlights: approximately $1.6 million of additions for completions and for a dump truck was spent. And tax revenues account for approximately 70% of your guys' total revenues. There were no new debt during 2014, so that is a good sign. Related to the findings, you guys resolved 4 findings from prior year. You guys had 2 repeat findings, which would be considered significant deficiencies, and then 3 new findings. 1 is a significant deficiency, and 2 are other matters. I would like to go over very quickly any updates to GASBs, which are the regulations that we have to follow.
You said, Robert, sorry, real quick, Mr. Mayor. You said there was 2 other matters?
Yes.
And 1 new deficiency?
Okay, so the levels of the findings are other matters. And very quickly, that is something very small of a control deficiency, usually POs not signed before purchases, which that's not it, but that would be an example of a significant or another matter. The next level is a significant deficiency. That can be several other matters or one other matter that is bigger in the grand scheme of things than just a normal, very low risk finding.
But you said this year there was 2 other and 1 new significant?
Yes, significant deficiency. The top level, the most severe finding, is a material weakness. And those are the ones that you guys need to stay away from. And if you guys do receive one, focus all the resources on that. Again, so this year you had 3 new findings, 1 significant deficiency, and 2 other matters.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I do want to very quickly go over GASB 68. It is going to impact the town next year. Basically, it is a liability for pension. Okay, across the industry, this is going to affect pretty much every entity. Before, you guys were not required to post any liability related to underfunding of the para. And next year, GASB 68 will require your portion of the liability, which will come from para, to be reported on your guys' financial statements. With that, again, I do like to thank you guys for allowing our firm to perform the 2014 audit, and I will open it up for any questions.
Councilor
Mayor,
Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez, with regards to the new significant deficiencies, what areas was that in, and what does that do with regards to our ability to still leverage on our audit?
The significant deficiency we did discuss in detail in the exit conference. So we could either discuss it now or at another meeting, however you guys would prefer.
Brief overview.
Okay. The new finding, significant deficiency, was related to consumable inventory. So basically, at this time, the town was having, and this is going to be a finding in a lot of areas, because this is not something that, as auditors, were looked at a lot in the past. State auditors requiring us to look a little bit deeper in this, but basically it's related to consumable inventory. So the town has a lot of projects, and they will stockpile a lot of material for those. However, in relation to financial statements, any type of material inventory, once you have it at year end, you should include some type of internal controls to monitor that and evaluate it so we can get a precise ending balance. So it is definitely not related to fraud or anything like that. This is something that, as a town, if you guys believe that it is in your best interest to have a stockpile of base course or whatever it may be, at June 30th year end, then you guys have to have internal controls to monitor it and ensure that you guys could get a materially accurate balance at year end.
Have we addressed that, Marietta, with regards to?
We are working on that, Councilmember Gonzalez, trying to get some worksheets out to the departments. Some of the departments do it. We want to make it uniformed so that everybody tracks it in some type of manner. So some of the departments are already doing it internally. In this case, just proving to us and showing us when we go out and say, okay, you had $20,000 at year end and you've spent X, Y, and Z throughout on X, Y, and Z projects. So we are in the process of finalizing that and working on it.
One more question, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, with regards to moving to a $0 base budget starting new fiscal year, will that address that check and balance by doing that?
I would say not.
And realistically, if you guys choose not to have inventory, it was $17,000 of bulk purchase. So we are not talking about a significant amount of dollars. However, if you guys do decide to have inventory at year end, then you implement internal controls to ensure that you could get a materially accurate account. So if you guys decide, no, it is in our best interest to go project by project or get bulk at the beginning of the fiscal year, that way at the end of the fiscal year you don't have it on hand, you don't need to implement internal controls because you don't have the inventory.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Councilman, I would say that the addition this year of a qualified asset manager and have someone in that position permanently certainly helps. We're also looking at I believe the Audit Committee actually has some recommendations that will come up a little later on this, and we're making a number of adjustments, which Marietta can address at that time, but if that does not work, we're actually looking at essential purchasing to control most of the product. The things that the auditor is pointing out that are project-specific, particularly to Public Works, I think are really addressed in the inventory management program that we create for that department and regularly maintain that they have to report back to us.
Who's doing our asset management right now? Is that finance?
Finance, Janice Martinez, and she started with us in November, so throughout the whole year we sort of were lacking that. During this audit, we are sort of lacking that position, so
okay.
We're back
and
to that.
I think Councilman Peralta had really nailed that in the Audit Committee and saying, it's one thing to be in a hurry when you're taking a certain amount of gravel out of the inventory or something, or a piece of pipe, but there should be somebody responsible at that site when the crews take it out that records what came in and then who's taking it and what project it was used for and can be assigned to the cost of that project.
Okay.
And just want to fill in a little bit more, Councilor Gonzalez and Robert, and this is, one of those items that has been a finding not only in town government but in county government, because when you're salting roads and stuff, that's one of those materials that are constantly moving, and we want to, and again, a better way to track it, because, when we're putting salt on roads, it's pretty hard to measure that I put 1.4 cubic feet on SDS Road, or, it's, so we got to really figure out a way to track that, and that's, and that's going to be one of those things that we will get a better handle on.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Not?
Mr. Mayor, if you could, I think that it's important to look at one of the findings that you had, which is a reoccurring deficiency.
Yes.
And that has to do with the landfill.
Mm-hmm.
And that is also one of those items that the Audit Committee has been looking at, but it's also one of those things we're looking at trying to get straightened out, and Councilmember Hahn, who sits on the landfill board, is aware of it, and we're working out trying to find the proper software, and also a requirement that we need from Kit Carson is to get this fiber optic out to the out to the landfill, so that we can ensure that we have proper connection, so that we have reliable use of any kind of software out there for controls.
Okay.
I would like to bring up Doug Swinehart. I think he's in the audience. Doug, if you don't mind. And if you have any other questions for Mr. Gonzalez here, he can.
Thanks, Rob.
I'm giving him a seat back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's a responsibility we have to accept the audit and I don't see it on the agenda today, so if we could set it up for next month.
Oh, no, it says possible acceptance. It says possible acceptance. So
It shouldn't be under presentation. It should be under an action item on the agenda. Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the audit as presented by our auditing firm and approved by the state auditor.
We have a motion to that effect. Do we have a second to that?
I'll second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Not called for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
yes.
And welcome, and thank you for being here, and thank you for continuing service.
Mr. Mayor, may I introduce Doug Swinehart? He is a member of our Finance Audit Committee. Councilmember Peralta, who is the chairman, and Ms. Xiao Grego, which I don't think she was able to make it today, is our third member of the committee that was established back in January. You do have a summary report of what we've been working on, and knowing that we meet once a month for an hour of these people's time, they've helped us diligently to look at things, the audit, mainly the audit and the findings, and so we've actually already spearheaded this year's finding with other matters and the one that we're working on, and working that internally just because we know that and you don't. So we're trying to fix them while we're going, not publicly say that or anything, but just to work on those. So I will yield to the members and let them just have a spill of whatever they may want to discuss in regards to what we've been working on.
Thank you.
And we'll both give it to Doug.
Oh, yeah, great. I'll go first so that the better spokesman can finish up. Mr. Mayor, council members, guests, one of the nice things about being part of this committee has been the fact that as deficiencies were being reviewed by the auditing firm, we were already proactively working to resolve those. And I think that you'll find next year that any deficiencies that we have now will, in all likelihood, be removed with your assistance. One of the bigger ones being the landfill, and that's going to require a little help, a little push. But Council Member Peralta has been extremely instrumental in moving this committee forward. His knowledge from the state and his background here at the town has been phenomenal, and it allows us to be somewhat as just a community member, the opportunity to maybe be the bad guys, if you will, and kind of put a different word in there that may have not been heard before, but I think we're making some progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we actually started in January 2014, just to clarify. But this is something that has been requested by auditors for about a year and a half, and finally got it into place in January. And initially, our look was to see what were the deficiencies that we had or concerns by our auditors in previous audits. And that's where the committee started off at. But then we started looking at saying, let's try to anticipate what may become potential findings by the auditors and see if we can't put stopgaps on those items. And one of those was the disposable inventory, and we looked at that, and that's where we started that, and looking at what kind of software or what we could put in place that would allow our departments to speak with the finance department so that those records could mesh and with as little interference is possible with with the software not speaking to each other. So that's where we're going with that. And it's the same thing that we talk about with the landfill when we look at it and saying we need to ensure that proper controls are out at the landfill when a customer comes out there and pays their bill for deposit. And that was the issue that we saw and the auditor saw as being a deficiency in lack of ability to keep control over what was happening at the landfill. And so we've discussed a number of things, and I think the software that is being looked at right now is going to provide us with what we need, and it also will speak to the finance department software. So I think that's a good example of what we're looking at there. But we also looked at many of the different departments and what they're doing to ensure that for example, at the visitor center and the fact that we have artists who sell goods and services through the visitor center, we want to make sure that their contracts that they signed with us were accurate, correct, and reflected the business that needs to be done between us as the entity that sells it and them as the entity that supplies the goods and services that we sell. And we also looked at whether or not the portion that the town gets for selling those items was reflective of proper retail sales, not separation, but trying to think of terms right now, and I'm a little bit on the slow side with my brain today. The commissions that are given to the town for the sale of those goods, and we want to make sure that it reflects what is standard within the normal retail business of that. And so we did do an adjustment on this that the council approved, and looking at it going forward as part of not falling into a violation of the anti-donation clause by providing services. This is why we look at it as well. So we take into account the areas that we're responsible for under procurement and under the anti-donation clause when we look at services that we provide to the community as well as services the community provides to us. And that's our responsibility as we go through the auditing process and see how all of those function together. So give you a little bit of a overview of what we feel our responsibility is to the town.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Mr. Swinart. Council, any questions, any comments? Councilor Hahn?
I really would like to thank the members of the committee. It is a monthly endeavor, and I'm grateful for your expertise, and would like to thank Board Member Griego as well. In going over the work, the summary that you all provided, where are the red flags here that have not been addressed? And this is the attachment that you sent us over the weekend, and it's entitled "A Summary of Finance Audit Committee Board Recommendations." And I just want to make sure that all of those shortcomings are being addressed. It looks like they are. Yeah. So, Douglas, you're confident?
Yes. I'll let Councilmember Peralta expand on that, but all of these have been addressed, and there's a number of other systems that we've worked with the town to implement to make sure there's consistency and efficiency.
As part of the committee, we review each month, what is taking place as far as ongoing processes to correct issues or to ensure that we have the proper procedures in place. And so, for example, we'll go through and we talk about there might have been an issue with missing paperwork within a folder in personnel. So we look at it and we say, well, one of the things we'd like to have personnel do is go through all their files and check to make sure if there's anything missing and then fix that. Also give a suggestion that they use a checkoff list within their files to ensure that the next file coming through, that they check off everything that there's necessary in there. So these are some of the things that we suggest, and they're only suggestions because we don't have the power to implement. But the departments have been very good about taking our advice in many cases because they feel and see that it can help them streamline their work and make it less possible for them to have issues in the future. And some of those things are just those, is that paperwork in a lot of cases are findings that the auditors find is because they do sampling. They don't look at everything, but they'll pull, let's say, 10 files from personnel and they'll look through them and see if all the paperwork is in order. And sure enough, you might find one piece of paperwork, a W-9 or something like that, missing. And so what we're trying to do is say, let's see if we can't figure out some way to ensure that the next time it comes up, it's all there because we've checked it off. And for this person, these are all the documents that you're not supposed to have. And for this person in a different department, you might require different documents. So those are some of the things that we look at to try to ensure that the red flags that you're speaking of are properly taken care of ahead of time so that we don't have that miss again.
Thank you.
Thank you again. So without you guys leaving, stay right there. Mr. Bellis? Don't run off on us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the request of the council and the mayor and the finance director and myself, we wanted to give some token of appreciation to the committee for the tireless hours and the lending of your expertise. For Marietta and myself, it's particularly important because you have an objective outside view and you're able to focus in on details that sometimes pass us up during the day, but they're important things that otherwise could affect our funding situation. So, Mr. Swinehart, we'd like to give you the Certificate of Appreciation from the Mayor and Council to thank you for your efforts and volunteer hours you devoted to the Town of Taos Audit and Finance Committee, and we hope you keep doing so for many more years to come. Mr. Peralta, we have a plaque for you, too. Because
I don't get a certificate. It's part of my duty as being a council member.
Well, we appreciate that, but it's a duty that you volunteered for, and Marietta and myself definitely appreciate your doing this. Thank you.
This lady deserves one, too. She doesn't have
And I will give the one for Michelle Grego to the finance director.
Thank you. So I'll give this one to Maria.
Okay. That's yours. With that, Mr. Mayor, we thank you, and thank you all for being the leaders of this, because it's not just the finance department, the directors, it's the mayor and council, that this is all our document and all our hard work and all my complaining and going to who and saying what, and these guys are just helping us out really intensely to not make me always the nice finance director.
The bad guy.
Yeah, you know what it is. So I just appreciate it, and thank you all very much.
So, thank you, Doug. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marietta.
Thank you, Marietta. Thank you for everybody in your office, because that's what makes it really happen. Thanks,
Marietta.
So next we'll go on to item B, Taos Makerspace and Amateur Radio Proposal. I guess we have a number of people that would like to speak about this. We're looking at Mr. Matt Thomas, Mitch Miller, and Christina Sprong.
Wrong, correct. And also Agnes Chavez and David Hinsky. We won't take too much of your time, Mayor.
Thank you. We appreciate you guys being here today. And just as you start off, just your name for the record so everybody knows who you are.
Sure, I will. Just get the slides ready there. Good afternoon, Mayor Barrone, Councilmember Cantu, Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Peralta, Councilmember Hahn, Youth Councilmember Moon, and Mr. Town Manager Bellis. My name is Matt Thomas, and I'm truly excited to introduce an incredibly creative project for our community called the Toolbox, a makerspace for Taos. This is initiated and supported by an incredibly creative and dedicated collaboration of community leaders and organizations. The arts and the act of making in Taos have been and continue to be a valuable strength in creating community here in northern New Mexico. Through projects like the Paseo, we have shown how the arts can gather us together, inspire us, and motivate us to make things together. Christina Sperong came to our team at the Paseo recently with an idea of creating a makerspace for Taos. A makerspace is a creative, do-it-yourself or do-it-together space where people can gather to create, invent, and learn. They often have 3D printers, software, electronics, as well as craft and hardware supplies and tools. There are currently hundreds of makerspaces throughout the country, including one in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and there's one also in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And we believe that Taos, New Mexico now needs a makerspace. So a little problem with the slides, it looks like. We come to the town today to request the use of the old police station on Civic Plaza Drive for Taos' first makerspace called the Toolbox. The Toolbox Makerspace is a multi-use space with collaborations and partnerships made across the creative spectrum of the Taos community. We plan to share this space for the arts, youth and educational organizations, the ham radio operators, and community radio, as well as partner with community events and entrepreneurial organizations. I'd like to introduce you to Christina Sperong, the director of the Toolbox.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Barrone, Councilmember Cantu, Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Peralta, Councilmember Hahn, Councilmember Moon, and Town Manager Rick Bellis. My name is Christina Sperong, and I'm an artist and educator. I build large-scale steel sculptures, which I exhibit at festivals around the country and internationally. I have lived in Taos for 20 years and have put together an incredible team of multi-talented people to start a makerspace in Taos called the Toolbox. The Toolbox mission is to provide a creative workspace where youth and adults with interests in technology, craft, science, communications, and art can meet, make, and collaborate. It is a space where we can come together to share knowledge, incubate ideas, and where we can make and create solutions for the future. We want to open a makerspace that honors traditions and integrates and supports innovative ideas in art and technology. A makerspace will enhance the already rich Taos art community, as well as help connect generations through new ways of understanding and working with technology and old world tools. As a mom, I am very invested in creating a place for my son to be able to learn and experience the rich multicultural traditions of this area, as well as to have access to a modern, innovative tool. It's a place where youth can cross-pollinate ideas and create their visions. Consider how this can be an opportunity for your children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, to connect with talented artists and mentors, to learn about technologies that could help solve a local problem or expose them to a creative process that they may not have access to in school. When you get to dissect a modern tool and actually start to understand it, it becomes a new way of thinking about your world. Having this tactile experience in deconstructing and constructing something is completely empowering. It's a way of thinking that we're losing as new technologies come and go at such a rapid pace where we stop questioning things. A makerspace invites us to take a closer look and to understand and own the tools of this modern world. It's also a place where new ideas are often born out of frustration with products that just don't work. Makerspaces are often the place where new inventions happen, and they end up in the marketplace. Open source technologies in combination with traditional ways of working are key tools for owning the future and help our youth compete and thrive in the 21st century. The Toolbox in Taos will connect us to the worldwide maker movement. Being a part of the maker movement allows us to access a network of thriving makerspaces all over the country that share the same core value, which is a community of passionate people working together to create and invent future technologies. We want to start a makerspace that offers that future to Taos youth, children, and adults alike. And we need your help. As a public operation, we need the support not only from the community, but also from the town as well. We need a building in a central location to create a community-based makerspace. The old police department would be the perfect location, as well as a fitting space for the Toolbox. A central location which provides access for the community and local businesses is paramount. By having the toolbox in downtown Taos, we add to the revitalization of the arts and cultural district, bringing new innovative space for the community to gather. Imagine a makerspace could pull the kids in out of the park and into making and learning something new, from sewing to welding, from circuitry to 3D printing. Taos citizens will come together, old and young, for Fix It Fridays, where you can demystify and repair an appliance or tool. A place where vibrant mentorships are happening, adults mentoring youth, and youth can mentor adults with their fluency in technology. Under one roof, makers of all ages come together to learn and share skills while having access to the tools to bring their ideas into reality. We are partnering with several renowned organizations and exciting programs to develop a variety of unique classes and workshops for youth and adults. I would like to introduce Agnes Chavez, Program Director at the Toolbox.
Good afternoon, Mayor Barrone, Councilmember Cantu, Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Peralta, Councilmember Hahn, Town Manager Rick Bellis, and Youth Councilmember Moon. My name is Agnes Chavez, and I'm an artist. Some of you know me as the artist, and I'm also a founder of the STEM Arts Institute, which started aquí in Taos in 2009 through a partnership with the Taos Academy. Last year as well with the Paseo, and now partnering with Eileen Peterson, former director of the Yachi School here in Taos, to provide educational programming for the Toolbox. I would like to take a moment to introduce two of the students from the STEM Arts Institute. We have Haley Rach back here and Demi Devigny. They both participated in the STEM Arts program last year. STEM is the acronym. You see the slide up there. Some of you may have heard of STEM, but it's the acronym for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. And when you add arts, you get STEAM, or STEM Arts. Over the past 10 years, growth in STEM jobs was 3 times greater than non-STEM jobs. Similarly, the creative industries in the United States have been a major driver of economic growth, contributing $698 billion to the nation's economy. As global interdependence becomes increasingly relevant to all communities, Taos youth need expanded opportunities to be able to compete and thrive in this new economy. I believe that the Toolbox will help to prepare Taos youth with globally competitive skills in STEM and the arts. The dropout rate in New Mexico is still hovering at 50%, and Taos schools need local communities like us to help engage our youth. The Toolbox provides youth with workshops through innovative mentorships that focus on the development of multiple skill sets. We partner successful artists and entrepreneurs with high school students to design, build, and display solution-based art while developing 21st century skills. These are some of the STEM Arts Institute partners that have provided resources and mentorship opportunities for our youth over the past 6 years. Los Alamos National Laboratory, the Community Programs Office, has been a key sponsor. They've all supported and will continue to support STEM arts initiatives through the Toolbox. We're also partnering with our multicultural community, such as the Uuna Art Center at the Taos Pueblo, to bring together different cultures and perspectives into the collaborative exchange. The Toolbox will also be collaborating with KRZA, and I would like to introduce David Hinsky. Thank you.
Thank you. KRZA is a 30-year-old radio station founded in Alamosa, Colorado. And last year, we opened a studio in Taos. And the intention of the board of directors is to increase our visibility in the various communities that we serve. We have a 300-mile north and south broadcast range, and it's 100 miles wide, and roughly 5,000 to 10,000 listeners at any given point during the time of the day. We would like to partner with the Toolbox Makerspace folks and have our studio, our Taos studio, right in that space. We think there's a lot of synergies that can be brought forward between the station and the youth programs that they have there. And we also feel like increasing our visibility in Taos, we can lend support to the Taos government and to the in fact, Chief Weaver was my guest on the radio for an hour a couple of weeks ago, and the feedback from the community on that was just outstanding. So that's an example of what we can do. We feel like we can bring more visibility to what's going on in the government and what's going on in the arts in the community. So we'd like to share the space also.
Thanks, David. We'd also like to hear from Mitch Miller, who we have spoken to and collaborating also with the Taos Amateur Radio Club, the Taos Amateur Radio Emergency Service, and the Taos Search and Rescue.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Cantu, Councilman Gonzalez, Councilman Peralta, Councilmember Hahn, Mr. Bellis, and Mr. Moon. Taos Amateur Radio Club is a club that was formed several years ago to advance amateur radio in the community. It's seen a rise and fall in its membership, and over the last 3 years, we've grown from 7 members to over 60. We are bringing to the makerspace the ability to provide emergency communication services for the town of Taos, and we've already been working with the police department and the town on different events throughout the year for providing backup communications, volunteers that have worked parade sites, fiestas. We're also, at this point in time, working with the Taos Solar Music Festival, the Barn Dance, and any other major events that are going to be coming into the community. We're capable of providing backup community or radio services. We're also one of the arms of amateur radio is teaching and education. We've outreach to the schools, and unfortunately, because of just the lack of the right people involved at the school, we haven't been able to establish a radio arm at Taos High School. So this is a great opportunity for us to reach out to young people. Our youngest member, who just won the Rocky Mountain Amateur Radio Operator of the Year Award, is a member of Taos High School. And there's been some interest from the high school students to become involved in amateur radio, and we are certainly open and desirous to work with the youth. We see a collaboration with this incredible group as a great shot in the arm, not only for the community but for amateur radio, which is, it's not CB, it's kind of more technical. It requires a little bit of involvement on the individual's part, but the end results are phenomenal. Community service, we work with Taos Search and Rescue. We also have a relationship with the Civil Air Patrol, which both of these relationships have been growing in leaps and bounds over the last year. As a matter of fact, we're getting ready to do a training mission with both CAP and SAR next month that involves aircraft and on-ground services. So we're becoming a major player in emergency services and search and rescue in the community, and we're looking for a home. So where I'm going at with this is that we're looking for a home within the community, and we've talked with several community leaders, Chief Weaver, Mr. Bellis, about the opportunity to be involved in the old police department. And one of the reasons for us that it works so well is the antenna exists, the radio communication systems are already there. Brian Williams, who is the president of our club, was actually the tech support for that building for many, many years and knows it inside and out. So we see it as a good fit. And we also see a relationship with Makerspace is an incredibly great fit. I think we bring a lot to the table for youth and for adults alike. And we're just honored to be considered to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Mayor, council members, Mr. Town Manager, we've spoken to a number of other collaborators and realized that a successful makerspace in Taos really depends on the commitment of the community it serves. And communication technologies would also be advanced, as you can see, with the makerspace. The toolbox would also support local art organizations and events such as the Taos Fall Arts Festival, the Paseo. We would have our headquarters there and able to host artists as they come in for our annual festival, as well as speaking to members of the Taos Art Council. An exciting opportunity also being discussed is working closely with TEN, the Taos Entrepreneurial Network. Actually, Jason Pfeiffer, the director, is present today. It was really great to have him come out and support. What TEN can do is they can help take ideas into viable business solutions by working with the toolbox, helping to help foster a stronger creative economy for northern New Mexico. Revolutionary technologies such as 3D printers and open source hardware all stem out of the maker movement. The maker movement is changing the face of industry as young entrepreneurs invent the future of technology. This year, we acknowledge the 100 years of the Taos Society of Artists, made memorable by a wagon traveling through town that broke a wheel. We believe the next 100 years is about this community coming together to learn how to fix that wheel. The toolbox is where this can happen. We thank you, Mayor Barrone, council members, Town Manager Bellis, and thank you for listening and considering and granting us the use of the old police station on Civic Plaza Drive. We'd love to answer any questions you might have, and thank you again for your time.
Council, before I...
Mr. Mayor, just a real quick question. When it comes under the portion of your annual working budget where it lists the 144, is that as an in-kind service? What is that number? Is that an actual base rent that you would pay to the city?
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. That is in kind, but I'm going to defer all the budget stuff to Juniper Manley.
Please, if you'll come up, just so.
It's all in kind. It's in kind. I'll do this.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. My name is Juniper Manley. And yes, the 144 was an in-kind projection for the value of the space based on a $3 per square foot per month space for the 4,000 square feet that the maker space would be using.
Mr. Bellis, just a real quick question with regards to that. As we move forward, and the AG's office just rendered a ruling to the city of Las Cruces for in-kind services that don't apply to government under the anti-donation clause. I'm not sure we can do it. Can you elaborate a little bit more on? And I'm all for STEM, but I just got to make sure we're in compliance.
Councilman, Mr. Mayor, it's something that we are already looking into. In fact, Linda Perry is actually on the phone right now with some other communities, not just in regards to this facility, but in regards to some of the events you're going to consider in here later. We had an initial opinion from the attorney, Randy Van Bleck, for the League of Municipalities, and he is confirming that in writing. But we also are sampling other towns, and then when we feel that we have an opinion that everybody here feels comfortable with it, we will send it to DFA in the AG's office to be sure, and our auditors to be sure that we are in compliance with the law. There does appear to be ways to do these sort of things, and at the very least, we need to receive at least an equivalent value in return in the provision of a community service, and I think the safest way to say that is a service that we as a municipality could or would provide but would otherwise contract with someone else to do. And I believe that's the same approach we've used with Ancianos for senior citizens, with CAV, and with the animal shelter so far.
Okay. If we can just maybe take it a step further, look into why Las Cruces was nailed, because I know some of it affected senior programs. Which, I mean, nobody ever likes to take away from seniors, but in their instance, they got some severe slaps on the wrist for it. So just if we can look at it, I mean, I think the other thing that would maybe help offset, have you guys approached the Lano Foundation with regards to STEM funding?
Yes, we will be approaching Lano, absolutely.
Okay. So if you don't mind, I'll get you a date for our next regional coalition meeting of Lano communities. We focus highly on economic development and STEM education throughout northern New Mexico, and something like this fits right directly into that model, which we do receive grant and scholarship funding from the Lano Foundation to issue on a yearly basis. Now, that appropriation will come up in June again, and it just depends on where you guys fall within that schedule, but I urge you guys to at least get on it and see about reaching out to Lano Foundation or the regional coalition to help through some of those initiatives.
Excellent. Thank you.
And Councillor, if you would, maybe you could give them some direction on how to get on the agenda for that. Maybe not now, but maybe you can.
So aside from the agenda, I mean, you guys can definitely make a presentation to us, but I think what would help more is to get on the Finance Committee, which is going to be going through the Executive Director, and I'll get you her name, number, and information. And that way you can put the project through review through the Executive Committee. They'll vet it, make sure that it meets the requirements, which at that point then, probably within a month or so, they'd get you on the agenda for an actual request on the meeting.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Peralta?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, there's a couple of things, and I think Councilmember Gonzalez already pointed out that we'll have to look at in regards to who is using the space, because you got some mixes there between people who will be using it as an enterprise and those who will be using it as education and cooperation. So sometimes when you have those mixed uses is where we run into a problem. Secondly, though, and that is the value you put on the space, it's a little high. It's not $36 a square foot. Square foot always goes by annual value, and so your value at $36 a square foot is probably double what that space is worth.
Well, we did think $3 was high, but we'll defer to you on what you think we should put that as.
I'd love to make $36 a square foot, but they're not even paying that on the plaza. It's $25 on the plaza. So
it seemed high to us.
Yeah, it seemed really high to us.
And especially the condition of that building and the fact that there's no parking around it. So that's also an issue that has to be considered in looking at this and meeting our requirements once we change it from what its historical uses into a future use. We have to look at the requirements of the code for parking and how we can be able to accommodate those needs through different things. So that's part of what will have to be looked at and approved. So just to give you a little heads up on that. And it's not something that's going to stop your project. It's just something that we have to look at as part of the process.
And Councilmember Peralta, each of the entities involved are nonprofits. There's no for-profit entity.
Yeah, but if they charge for services, it becomes a profit entity. Under the anti-donation clause, it does.
Councilors, anything else? When I saw this, it was just exciting. We talk about multicultural, multi-generational, and people coming together, and I think it would lend itself well to our community. So it's kind of exciting. Mr. Bellis, Mr. Lopez, I know you have your work cut out for you in looking, make sure the anti-donation things are covered. Councilman Moon, I'd like you to weigh in on this if you'd like. I think it's something that hits within, your generation on part of this, and, just if you would.
I just have one quick question for you, Ms. Manning. In the budget here, I see that you guys plan to raise $65,000 in fundraising separate from memberships, classes, events. For an organization of this scope, is that even feasible to raise over $1,000 a week in outside fundraising in order to make this operational?
There is a lot of potential money, both from federal entities and regional, that are supporting this. There's a huge trend in fundraising that's supporting this type of initiative. So there's a lot of already charted territory, and we do believe that we could bring that in for our community.
And it's great to hear. I love the direction of the project. It's just it's always so hard to make the arts profitable, as you might understand.
I'm a fundraiser by profession.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to thank all of the partners for coming together. These are all people that have really established themselves in the community in each of their individual fields and made this a special, diverse community. And for them to all collaborate, I think the Paseo was a taste of what we can do together as a community, and I thank Matt for that. It's an incredibly group of talented people, and I was flattered when they approached us. The nicest thing, though, and I know you said it earlier in the presentation, but I think it bears repeating, is that this isn't something invented out of thin air. In fact, there was a presentation at the old county courthouse a few weeks back about doing preservation of buildings and programs and arts and how to be involved with that, and there was a highlighted presentation on the Las Vegas and Albuquerque centers, and when I saw those, it was so exciting to see these kids doing that kind of stuff and interdisciplinary, but also kind of proud to think that this community was already working on that while we were watching the presentation. So a lot of those bugs, a lot of those questions we can't ask the city of Albuquerque, we can't ask the city of Las Vegas how they handle these issues as well, and what their funding sources were to put these programs together, and both seem extremely successful.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation.
So, you guys have a time frame when you're working with staff and Mr. Bellis and Mr. Lopez when you might come back and.
We can come back in 2 weeks. I mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I think you need to get with Mr. Bellis and Mr. Lopez, see what their time frame with the legislation going on, the session going on, and a number of issues that we're combating. They might need a little more time. So, if you'll just work through them.
We'd be happy to work with you on this. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
So next, we'll go on to item C, Third Annual Taos Lilac Festival. Mr. John Hamilton, regarding the Third Annual Taos Lilac Festival scheduled for May 5th through the 17th, 2015, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, town manager. I am John Hamilton, one of the co-founders of the Lilac Festival, and this is our third annual festival. To give you a little bit of history, the town has supported our festival for the last 2 years. It's an all-volunteer organization. We have a nonprofit, and our purpose is to promote the planting of lilacs, the care of lilacs, and general landscaping throughout the Taos area. A number of lilacs throughout the area. Many of them aren't very well cared for. If you don't take care of them, they get rangy, they don't bloom. If you do trim them, fertilize them, then they bloom, and they're part of the Taos history, way back to the point of even Bishop Lamy imported lilacs to New Mexico, and they spread throughout the area, even though they're not indigenous. And we have this annual festival. We plan it between Mother's Day and Memorial Day, which is traditionally a slow tourism time. And it's a time to have an opportunity to have fun, but to bring people out, educate them in the care and feeding of lilacs. We have lilacs for sale. We'll have this year over 15 varieties, a stock of 200 some odd to sell out of a 20-foot by 40-foot tent. Each year we grow a little bit, get a little bit bigger. We have a number of activities planned this year, and we were very fortunate to receive a nice grant from New Mexico Tourism, an event grant, and we have a $15,000 grant to use to promote the festival outside the state of New Mexico. And most of this will go to internet advertising, actually an amount exceeding that, internet advertising throughout Colorado and West Texas. We did a little bit of internet advertising last year on Pandora, and it was very successful. We had a very high click-through rate. We had 4,000 visits to our website in advance, and anecdotally, we know that several hotels were full on Saturday night that weekend when they're normally not full. And we are planning to have the festival in Kit Carson Park again. The first year we had it on the plaza. Last year we moved to Kit Carson Park, and it's really a better place for us. We got a lot more room. Lions Club sets up TOV boat carousel right out in the middle of the grass instead of over in the corner of the plaza. When we have a car show, we have lots of room to put them around. And we're adding some new things this year. One thing we do is that we try to partner with nonprofits and local businesses for all of the activities. So our Arts and Crafts Fair is run by CAV. CAV benefits 80% of the money that's collected from the vendors for the space goes to support CAV programs. The Lions Club volunteers all their time for TO Vivo Carousel, and we make a donation of $1,000 to the Lions Club for their programs. The Taos Auto Enthusiast help with the car show. This year we're going to add a taco cook-off, and the great chefs of Taos will conduct this for us that benefits the high school culinary program. And in conjunction with that, we're putting in a New Mexico beer and wine garden where we're going to fence off an area and feature New Mexico beer and wine. We'll also have food vendors there and have an ability to show visitors. We're promoting the whole thing through our tourism grant as a New Mexico True experience. And what could be more New Mexico true than some of these activities, such as we have the pet parade followed by a traditional pet blessing where Father Clement from Our Lady of Guadalupe comes over, blesses each pet, and each pet gets a St. Francis medal, and it's just a fun time. And we are going to conduct our activities in the park. And the one other area where we would like permission is that when we do the pet parade, we'd like to grant to start at Our Lady of Guadalupe Church and have the parade come through the North Plaza Drive and then cut over behind the old Grams building down the John Dunn Shops to Bent Street. This is the first weekend, will be the first weekend of the farmers market, and so for 10 to 15 minutes that part of the drive would need to be shut down. But we think it's a great mix of events. It's the first farmers market. People get really excited about the farmers market. There's not a lot of produce at the first farmers market, and it's a great way to mix the two events, get some synergy, and all of it stays down in the historic area, and we attract visitors to the area that hopefully will spend money in restaurants, rent hotel rooms, and visit our shops. And our long-term goal for the festival, there are a couple of very big national festivals that attract hundreds of thousands of people. And while we don't aspire to get that big, we do think as we add entertainment, and we're improving the draw of our entertainment this year and look to every year to have more concerts and to spread it out rather than just 3 days, spread it out over about a 10-day period between Mother's Day and Memorial Day that can draw thousands of visitors to town in what's a traditionally slow period of time. May I answer any questions?
Councilman Peralta?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hamilton, in your long-range plan, how do you look at your funding sources? Because entertainment and that sort of thing doesn't come cheap.
It doesn't.
And I can understand how the town can play a role in that, but what is your anticipation for, getting sponsorship to create the global picture that you're looking at eventually?
As we get to the global picture, we'll have fee events. You'll need to pay to come into the concerts. And part of the New Mexico Tourism Grant, you have they will give you a grant for up to 3 years, but then you need to be self-sufficient. We've been a free event, so one of the additions this year is the taco cook-off, where we will charge for that $15. We'll have 10 restaurants. You come in, try food from all of them, and then half of that money will go to the Lilac Festival. Half of that money goes to the Great Chefs of Taos. With the entertainment, as we get bigger and we get more name entertainment, then we'll be in a position where we'll fence off the area around the bandstand and charge admissions. And we have been. We have fundraisers before the event. We have Friends of the Lilac Festival. We raised $20,000 last year. We're on track to have almost $40,000 this year. So we do get money from a variety of sources.
Thank you. And John, just a recommendation. I know that we've been in collaboration with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps and the town of Taos and receiving a grant in the Kit Carson Park, and that might be something, a collaborative project that we could work together on and actually getting some lilacs planted in that. With that Rocky Mountain Youth Corps grant that possibly can come. I think Steve is. So, it might be a good collaborative. We talk about a lilac festival, and we have some additional lilacs or some greenscape in the park. Is that something we could?
Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, yes, sir, we're already on it. Tom Wheeler from the Lilac Festival has worked with Paul Brian Jones, who's going to volunteer to help with Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. We already got the plants picked for the front beds, which will include lots and lots of lilacs.
Thank you. Beautiful.
And we've also worked at Sierra Vista Cemetery, helped with that volunteer cleanup effort, have planted lilacs out there. And just a little example of how it spreads throughout the community, Our Lady of Guadalupe Church redid their parking lot, and when they redid their landscaping across the front, there are 31 or 2 lilac bushes planted right against placitas. You don't see them right now because there's a wall and they're a little bit shorter than the wall. But given some time, they'll grow up, and it's just the way that it can spread through the community.
Councilman Peralta?
Steve, as part of that planting, we're putting a drip system in there to keep them well irrigated so that they'll flourish.
Well, I don't know if you've met Paul Brian Jones, but he won't let us plant anything without water. So there's an irrigation system in there now. It needs new drip lines, so we'll have to put those in. But we're going to plant trees as well, and we'll need it for that. So we've got that covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council?
I wanted to mention that I wanted to thank Linda. There was a grant we actually put in for. There's a series of grants, the planning grant, master plan grant for the park, an urban forestry grant to identify and do triage on the rest of the trees, and then we had also hoped to get a grant for putting in some new landscaping in the front of the park. Although we didn't get that, and I'm sure we will next time, the idea came up to use the match we had set aside for that grant to make up for the bushes that we were going to put in here. So it's all sort of fits together, and it's part of a long-term process for the whole park and for the festival.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
We'll go on to item D, Big Barn Dance Music Festival. Presentation by Mitch Miller. September 11th through the 13th.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Bellis, Mr. Moon. I have coming before you is really just for your perusal. Today what I'd like to focus on is just acknowledging that we're requesting the use of Kit Carson Park for that period of time in September. And I think that Michael and Sarah Hearn could not make it from Texas because the weather was such. I think Amarillo had a 37-car pileup, and they chose not to travel to be here today. And I thought it was a wise decision. We would like to come back and give you a formal presentation. It won't be much different than what you've got right now. However, Michael would definitely like to address you and express his excitement at the idea of working with the town of Taos and bringing the festival to Kit Carson Park. A couple of things I would like to make note. The budget is a work in progress. Sarah Hearn is currently working on all of the sponsorship packages, developing relationships with the local hotels, creating ticket packages, and so you're going to see some items in there that are just not finalized yet. But I wanted to give you an idea of what we're looking at in terms of overall costs. And that will rise and fall as we get closer. And as we get closer, and if you have a request, we'll be happy to share with you how we're developing and how we're coming along in an accounting sense. Let me just quickly see. We have been really successful in building this from probably a couple hundred people in 2002 to several hundreds of people over the course of a weekend. We see that coming to the park is for us and for the town an opportunity to grow into the thousands, not necessarily this year, but we believe with the right marketing campaign, knowing that we've got the space and the room to grow over the next several months. I spoke with Sarah this morning, and one of the things that we discussed was as we put tickets on sale, which we will start making them available upon your decision within the week, we'll be able to gauge whether or not we need to get a bigger tent, have a bigger stage, have a bigger dance floor, develop larger, more broad relationships with local hosteliers and moteliers and bed and breakfasts and BBROs. And as a result, we can increase those numbers of ticket sales, and certainly would want you to know, and certainly the chief of police, if we're approaching a $1,500 ticket sale point or a 2,000 person ticket sale point, so that we're prepared for what will be coming into the town. I don't know. Mike hasn't told me. I asked him this morning if he would tell me who he's got lined up for Friday night and Saturday night, or Thursday night and Friday night, but he wouldn't tell me, so I don't know. But he says it's gonna be big. So we're excited, and we're really pleased that to have this opportunity, and I appreciate Mayor Barrone and Rick Bellis reaching out to us and inviting us to consider utilizing the park. I have a great relationship with Gilbert and his crew, with Steve and his people. My track record with Solarfest and with the barn dance is I come in, I create an event, and when I'm gone, you don't know we were there, and that's our intent. And we've done it quite well over the years. And that's all I have on that. But I would like to say one thing that's off topic, and that is I had an opportunity to come and be a part of Chief Weaver's collaboration with the different law enforcement agencies, and I was. I don't even have words to describe what a feeling it left with me that these gentlemen have found a common ground to reach out to the community to show that they are working together as a viable force to listen, to act upon what they've heard, and to bring change to how law enforcement reacts and handles situations in our community. It was a marvelous experience, and I just wanted to say that, and my hat's off to the chief for having done that. But back to topic on hand. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Counsel?
I think it's wonderful that my sister has gone since the very first barn dance, and I've been following Michael Hearn for over 25 years myself. And I always thought it needed to be here in town and not at the Ski Valley, and I'm really excited to hear that.
We were thrilled when it was suggested that we could be here. And, it's one of those things that build it and they will come, and each year we build a bigger event, and each year more people come. So for us, we're really excited at this opportunity, and we see it as something that's going to go on for years. Mike and I are not young, but we're not old. Sarah's taking over, and it's going to be a long-term relationship that she wants to develop, and that we want to help her get the foundation for Kit Carson Park. So we hope to be there for many, many years to come.
Bigger dance floor?
Bigger dance floor, yes. Actually, what we're planning this year, and it doesn't lay it out specifically. Well, it does actually. We're going to create a second tent for dancing for the 3 days prior to the barn dance itself. One of the problems that we've experienced, and one of the things we're trying to hear our audience's concerns are, they didn't have anywhere to dance. And even though we had a tent twice the size that we've ever had, we still didn't have room. So this year we're going to have a 60 by 60 square foot tent just for dancing, and probably have a video feed going into that tent from the main tent, and try to make it as state-of-the-art as possible as well, so that when people come to our event here in Taos, that they walk away thinking they've been to an event in a world-class city. It'll be technically state-of-the-art.
Anything else, Council? Thank you. So that day, those days that you are presenting are on our schedule for adoption later on in the agenda. Okay. And then I guess it sounds like you'll be coming back maybe later or during that RFP process. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think Mike and Sarah would very much like to have an opportunity to address you all and share their excitement as well and their gratitude for being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank Mitch and through him Michael for considering bringing the event to the town. I think it's going to be a good thing for the town. I think people will enjoy the event more, having all the restaurants and amenities here. It'll certainly put people in our hotels, and I think it'll be good for everybody involved.
Okay. And next we have a couple of proclamations that, and do we have them there, Chief? Or so we have a couple of proclamations that we'd like to present from the mayor and council. It's always a great opportunity when we have this type of people in our community and assets in our community, and we just, it's great that we can move forward. And there's a number of these that have been around for years and years. We have 40th and 100 years of celebration, and so on behalf of the mayor and council, we have a proclamation. Whereas we are very lucky to live in a community so rich in culture and history, and where that history is not just something in a book or a story, but this is celebrated and kept alive every day in our art, our architecture, our celebration, and our dance. And whereas Danza Azteca continues the original traditions, the costumes, the dance, the music of the ancient Mexican and southwestern Americas in performance for our schools, our cultural centers, at the Pueblo Powwow, and even at our Christmas tree lighting. And whereas Danza Azteca has been recognized an integral member of the Aztec Mexico you want to help me with that, Floyd? Chimateca Danza Confederacy and the keepers of the living history of Azteca Indian nation. Whereas this year, which is already so special with so many anniversaries celebrating the history of so many cultures and their accomplishments here in Taos, Danza Azteca will be joined in Taos at their 22nd annual gathering by participants from California, Colorado, Arizona, Texas, Utah, and Mexico to celebrate their 40th anniversary in New Mexico. So now, therefore, it be resolved by the governing body of the town of Taos in honor of this event and the richness and their being in our community, we proclaim this week, February 2015, as Danza Azteca Week. So, again, this is something that on the plaza on Saturday, there was a number of dancers, and it was great to see. I mean, we had a number of our locals, but along with a bunch of our people visiting, stopping and watch the dancing and the participation that was done there. So, again, thank you for that opportunity. Another proclamation that, because of the 100 years of arts in our community, we continue to celebrate those artists and people in our community because of the art tradition and culture that we have in our community. On behalf of the Council of the Mayor, we proclaim, whereas the year 2015 makes the 400-year anniversary of the official founding of the town of Taos, and whereas the year 2015 also marks 300 years of the Acequias culture in the Taos Valley, and whereas 2015 is the 200-year anniversary of the opening of the San Francisco de Assisi Church in Ranchos de Taos, and whereas in July 1915 a group of 6 Taos artists and formed the Taos Society of Artists, and some of those artists continue on today. Whereas the formation and existence of the Taos Society of Arts, the worldwide reputation of the members of the society, and the international exhibition of their works established Taos as an important destination and eventual home for innumerable artists and artisans, even in the present time. And whereas the size of the Taos Society of Artists more than doubled, and the works of the members of the society introduced the world to the peoples, cultures, and landscapes of northern New Mexico and Taos in particular. And whereas the artistic heritage or reputation of Taos has enriched and enlarged the reputation of the state of New Mexico as one of the most important places in the United States for the creation of art and or artistic expression. And whereas July 2015 marks the 100-year anniversary of the formation of the Taos Society of Artists and establishment of the Taos as an artist destination and with a worldwide reputation. And whereas throughout 2015, numerous art exhibitions, performances, public displays, and events will occur in Taos to commemorate this important milestone. Now, whereas it be resolved this year that the year 2015 and the month of July are hereby acknowledged and proclaimed to be an important celebration of the arts in New Mexico, known as 100 Years of Taos Arts. So, again, thank you, and I think it's a great contribution to our artists of our community. So. Okay. And Councilor Moon, I know, is there a certain time that you needed to leave today?
No, sir.
Okay, great. I just wanted to give you an opportunity someplace on the agenda. I know that we had talked several times and you had some interest in letting us know about the Paseo and the different events that are going on, so I'll give you a time as we move down the agenda.
I have all evening.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go on to Citizens Forum. Citizens wish to speak shall have the opportunity to do so for 5 minutes. No action will be taken. I know there's a couple of people on the sign-up list, and I think the first one is Miss Barbara McCarthy. Or Mr. and Mrs. McCarthy.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
It's always nice to see you, too. Mr. Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. I was pleasantly surprised by my husband when he said, let's take a ride to the plaza. We were at Casa Benavides, less than a half a block away. And he said, let's go see the plaza. I want you to see it. Like I'd never seen it before. And he drove me there. And I'm here today to say thank you. Thank you for the lighting that you put on the plaza. It was magical. I had never seen the plaza look so bright and happy and welcoming. So I would send all of my customers down there every evening, go walk around the plaza. Oh, we're not from here. And they wouldn't want to go. And I'd say, go, because the lights are worth it. So I understand that the lights have been turned out. And I felt deaf, dumb, and blind after that happened. Because it lit up my life. So I'm going to offer you, Mr. Mayor, a $100 check. This is from Casa Benavides to help pay for the lights. Tom's going to make another order from McCarthy Plaza for the same reason. And I want to thank all of you for doing that. That was such a magical moment. And you know, I have girls that work on Ranchitos Road, and they walk to work and walk home at night. And so the lights on the plaza gave them light to walk. Now we have to drive them home. And it was a very nice thing to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I just want to make a comment, too, and also congratulate you. I think it's the most fantastic thing I've ever seen in Taos.
I agree.
Just amazing. We had a member staying at Casa Benavides, and he said, what'll I do tonight? I said, well, go out to supper and then walk around and see the plaza. I said, it's just amazing. And he said, I'll do that. And then I didn't see him the next morning because Barbara and I left town. But we came back about a week later, and he called me on the phone. He said, Tom, I just want you to know I went down and I saw the plaza. And he said, it was gorgeous. He said, I'll be back next week to go skiing. And he's from Albuquerque, and he's coming in tonight. It's just something that we were in awe of. We started going around the plaza, and we had to keep going back. We took pictures. I think we spend a lot of money marketing, but I think that's one of the most important marketing things that you've done. These people that will see those lights will go back and tell everybody at home what they've seen. I think it was just amazing. It was like Wonderland. And we just want to, I think we're representing most of the merchants in Taos. We'd like to see you leave them on. We'd like to see, and not very long, you can put a timer on them, put them on from 7 to 10 when it's dark. In the summertime, 8 to 10. We're only asking for a few hours. And but like Robert said, McCarthy's Plaza is committed to another $100. I'll bring that around here. At least we could pay for a couple of months to get it started, and maybe some of the other merchants will contribute. I'm sorry that we didn't recognize you when we first came up, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, town manager. I think we're a little nervous. We don't do this all the time. So thank you for your time.
But it was a great idea, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you very much. So the next person on the sign-up list was Susan Caddy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bellis, Councilman Hahn, Councilman Peralta, Councilman Gonzalez, and Councilwoman Cantu, and Youth Council member, Mr. Moon. It's nice to see you all this afternoon. Thank you for having us here. I did want to speak to the use of Kit Carson Park. So would you prefer that I say what I have now or wait until you're discussing that?
Well, I would go ahead and talk about it now because it's on the consent agenda, so it might.
Got it. Thank you. So the published Town of Taos policies for the rules and regulations for use of Kit Carson Park are different from the way in which you're considering using it, which I have to say, listening to everybody's presentations, it's very exciting to have all of these events that people want to do in the park. We'd like to continue to do our arts and crafts here in the park also. And historically, we've had the Mother's Day weekend in Kit Carson Park for the Chamber Arts and Crafts Fair. It's a juried fair. Excuse me. Last year, Mr. Cordova brought his Mother's Day concert into the park for the first time. It wasn't a great match. The people coming in for the concert weren't necessarily arts and crafts fair buyers. Some of them were lookers. And the loud noise from the music did disrupt the selling that our arts and crafts fair vendors would normally do, because it's a one-on-one sale. People want to talk to the artist and find out about the artwork. So I'm hoping that we can find a way to make this work. And I had sent you all the information that I had about not only the rules and regulations of the use of the park. Item number 9, it's prohibited uses. And it says, no consumption or sale of alcoholic beverages at any time. And that seems to be not true. And maybe that should be changed to say, at any time without a proper permit. But, you know, what's said here is no alcohol sales, period. And yet we just had several people say, well, we'd like to do these events and we're going to sell alcohol. We're going to have a beer garden or a wine garden, which I think is great because it brings people in, but it is not reconciled with this. The other item is, up until last year, as far as I'm aware, because I've only been with the Chamber for 3 years now, the use of the facilities on a first-come, first-served basis, based on when your applications were submitted to the park facility supervisor, which was Gilbert Sanchez. And I don't think that is actually true anymore either. And so are there new rules and regulations that we should be following that we don't know about?
Due to last year there being some conflicts in use, your weekend was one of them, some questions about what was permitted or not permitted, and an increasing demand on the park. And then also we had a series of public forums. I think you were at one of them, at which some of the businesses reflected some concerns about activities they thought might conflict with them. We were trying to address that. So the council had indicated they wanted to see any activities that involved the use of public resources come before them, particularly if they involved like a parade, a closing of a street, public safety, closing of the plaza, those sort of things. So we have been doing that, and we've asked for presentations from each of these groups to the council to propose what they would use the park for. The read, I guess, that staff had in discussing it with ourselves, and I certainly wasn't here when the regulation was made, was that like most park regulations, it's not an ordinance, it's a guideline, and that if the council decides to permit an activity that's outside the normal guidelines for the daily use of the park, they certainly have the right to do that. They're the governing body. Crafts fairs, we accepted the banner requests first. We wanted these groups to come forth. And then crafts fairs, we've revised some of the guidelines based on some of the input from the community, and they will come up at the next meeting. And then immediately after that, and I apologize, a couple of people have sent me inquiries about what you're saying, and it appears I forgot to copy you on the response, which is that immediately after the council considers those at the first March meeting, we would then process the applications for crafts fairs. In all instances, this has very little to do with the who, what, and when. But as you may have heard earlier, and two of our council people referred to it, there was a ruling in Las Cruces by the state of New Mexico, which took a hard line for the first time on what constitutes improper procurement and anti-donation in the use of any public facility, not just giving cash, but lending the police, fire, use of a park or street. So we've been in a rather prolonged process to try to determine what is the acceptable process. And does that mean that if somebody is a for-profit business, for example, a for-profit craft fair, that we can't allow them to be in there because they're making a profit based on the public property? Or does it mean that we have to charge a competitive fee? And then, well, how do you determine what the value of the street is if you close the street? Unfortunately, there hasn't been a firm response from the state as to how to do this. This is often the case. And as I'm sure Mr. Peralta will tell you, if you can write a letter to the Attorney General, we'll probably all be dead by the time we get an answer from them because they don't like to commit to anything. So we're trying to use as transparent and cautious a process as possible. And that's how we're at where we are.
Okay. Thank you. Just for the record, our event has never closed any streets or parking or other areas of the park. The event has been held in Kit Carson Park. Well, the event has been held for 44 years. This is our 44th annual Mother's Day Arts and Crafts Fair. I don't know if Kit Carson Park was around 44 years ago, but we would certainly appreciate your consideration. If you could send me that email, and we'll plan to be here to present next week, or I'm sorry, the first meeting in March. Do I need to make a formal request for that speaking, or?
If you want to send me an email, but consider yourself on the agenda. The clerk will make a note of that to add that item to the agenda under presentations right now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Mr. Bellis, Mr. Mayor,
and Susan,
Councilman.
And Susan, in the presentations that were made to us during the Mother's Day celebration, it was sound to make clear that the collaboration between you and the Mother's Day celebration that was to take place at the park were cohesive. That you guys seem to be working together, and that's what. During that presentation, it made it sound like that one was feeding off the other, that people were, enjoying the music, yet they were shopping and they were helping each other. So
I think that was maybe a mischaracterization based on the emails that I sent to you guys on June 23rd and then again here recently, that we did have a number of vendors who said, if this happens again, we're not showing up. So we do have communication out to them right now saying it is very likely we will be in the park with the Mother's Day concert. Can you commit? Will you be here? And so we're trying to get an assessment of that as well. We should have that before the meeting in March.
Okay. I see a young lady with... Come on up if you'll just your name for the record and stuff. Thank you.
I am Edna Sturzman, and I've been coordinating the Mother's Day and Fall Craft Fairs for the Chamber of Commerce for the last 15 years. And yes, you are correct. We had met with them at the park last year, and we had said that we would love to work with them, and we thought that it would all go really smoothly. And much to our dismay, when we got to the park on the Civic Plaza Drive Extension entrance, where all of our people go and unload their things, was blocked off by them, and they had actual guards at the gate saying, are you with the craft fair or are you with the music? And if you said you were with the craft fair, they said you can't park here. So all of our vendors always took all of their trailers or whatever they brought their stuff in and parked around in the back of the TCA, and that's what we've always done. But we didn't say anything about it, and then what was happening is people were coming to the main entrance of the park and coming in there, and of course we weren't saying anything. We weren't about to say, well, are you with the music or are you with the craft fair? So the bottom line is that pretty much the whole park got filled up with people parking for the music festival in the back of the park. Now, we were assured that there was going to be a bunch of shuttle stuff going on. We never saw a single shuttle. We never saw anybody come in anything but a vehicle. So what people were doing was carrying their chairs and their coolers and walking through the park and going to the music festival. And it's fine. We love music. I mean, the music was great. It was a little bit loud, so if there's any way that we could tone it down a little bit, that would be super. But also if there couldn't be this is our part of the park, this is your part of the park kind of thing. And if there could be a lot more shuttle use, that would be great. I mean, we certainly love to share the park with everybody, but on the other hand, if they're making it seem like we're the pariah and we're not even welcome there and we've been there for 15 years, then that certainly doesn't seem fair. And, you know, when we would go home in the evening and we would look, they were supposedly doing their parking at the courthouse and then shuttling people in, but we never saw a single shuttle come by. It was all single individual cars. And we had to hire extra security for the evenings. We didn't ever ask the police for anything. We hired our own security for that. And that cost probably twice as what it normally costs us. So anyway, yes, we want to work with everybody, but it was really hard because it seemed like we were the ones that shouldn't be there, even though we had been there for the last 15 years. And we never even got a heads up when this was maybe going to happen. Nobody even said anything to us, and we had already asked that we rent the park the 2nd of January, and nobody even called us and said, oh, by the way, there's going to be a music festival there. Nobody said a word. All of a sudden it was just, this is what's going to happen. So anyway, thank you all for your time. So and I know it's hard.
Is it fair to say that there's some ground that we can work with?
Absolutely.
We can work together on this. Maybe we can sit down at the table with former mayor and work some of this out.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And I think the most important thing would be shuttling and security.
I'd be willing to sit down at the table with you guys.
And the volume toned down just a little bit.
Susan, I do want to say that former Mayor Cordova had already come in, and he said, I'm aware they have some concerns from last year. And before we even get started, I'd like to have a meeting that we could all sit down and get the police chief and transit everybody involved and see if we can work this out so that everybody's happy. And we'll set that up later this week.
Very good. Okay.
Thank
you all very, very much.
Councilman Peralta?
You indicated that in the past you've used the back parking lot at the TCA for your staging for your vendors.
Yes.
has that been just a relationship with the TCA, or has that been something that was allotted through
the town?
Through the town.
Yes, through the
The only
town.
concern that I have there would be if there was a program going on at the TCA at the same time.
Then, yes, and that has happened before, and then we don't do that. We make everybody park in the back of the park. Because, not...
But inside the park itself.
Inside the park itself, yes.
Back by the...
Hold on a
By
second.
the-
Steve, can you come forward, please? We've done some tree planting back there. That's why I'm asking the question.
Very good.
Bring up a chair with you, Steve.
And I don't believe Steve may not have been around when you were parking in the back of the park. That's what I want to say.
No.
So,
I think the area they're talking about, Councilmember, is the area where back by the baseball fields.
Mhm.
So like gravel area. It's not anywhere near the trees we planted. It's that back.
so where do you set up your tents in that?
Right along Kit Carson Road, along the walking path inside the park.
You mean Paseo?
Yes.
Yes.
Right in the
Yeah,
front.
so parallel with it, running parallel to the road out in front.
Right.
So you're sharing the same space as the Mother's Day festivities, or not?
No, they're
to the south.
May I?
Yes.
So where the concert was last year, it was at the bandstand. So they took that whole big grassy area where we had the Mumford and Sons area stage, and the arts and crafts fair is up towards the front of Paseo, where that walking path is that kind of parallels the sidewalk, just inside the front wall.
So it is two separate entities. It's where the Wool Festival always is as well. That it's where we were a couple of times.
But that's that same grassy area as the concert center, or not?
No, they're totally separate. Yeah, they're totally separate. If you drive in Civic Plaza Drive extension where the parking lot is there, that big field where he said the bandstand was, that whole area was where the music festival was. And then if you again pull into that parking lot and over to the right, where the big park area is where we were. We're along the walking path. It's the paved walking path that runs parallel to Paseo del Pueblo Sur.
Councilman, I think
same area to me.
having been there last year, I think that one of the things that made it confusing was that, and it could be cured very easily, is as you entered your area and you had a table there, what we really needed, and then Mayor Cordova said the same thing for his area, people were coming in from all over and cutting through booths and this and that, is that if we put up some security fencing, some snow fencing, something, so that people had a beginning and an end point where you're along that path, you would have a controlled access at that point. And then he sort of felt the same way, that it would be more orderly for him if he had an exit and entry point on either side of it's a field.
Right.
That he was using. So you seem to both want the same thing, and I think it would, with that, a little bit of effort add to the experience for both of you that way, and cut down on the security concerns both of you had.
Right. Last year was sort of surprised that this all happened, and we all just met in the park on a Thursday morning and hashed it out between us the best we could, but everybody went away with their own thinking.
That's a good point. Oh, we're going to do it like this. No, you're not.
And so, nothing like getting a year under your belt and trying it again and having a little more conversation, I think, with all of the parties involved, not just Darren and Edna and myself and Gilbert, which is what it was last year.
But
a little bit more formality to it, I think, would be fine.
And then truly the most important thing, I think, was really, really concentrating on, if he's going to do this, that he really does shuttle people in. Because people were complaining about parking. That's all I heard about all day long was, God, the parking is horrible. You can't even drive through town. And yet, on the plaza, I heard that the plaza wasn't even full. I mean, the parking on the plaza wasn't even full. And you go, well, wait a minute, how could it not be full? The event's right here. But they really weren't doing any kind of shuttling at all. So if they could work on that, and beef up security and lower the volume just a little.
Thank you. Councilman Gonzalez?
Mr. Mayor, Rick, last year when the event was to be held, I thought I remember them going through the DRC with regards to the parking situation and whatnot. They went through the developmental review committee, didn't they?
We did.
Believe so. Yeah.
So
I was not here.
That would have been the venue for formality.
Yep.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct. That would be a good place to get started.
So I guess I'd ask to go there again. You know, the other thing, I mean, it's a concert, so I don't know how you can tone down the volume, because when I lived right smack in the middle of town, I listened to the entire Solarfest from my porch. So you know, that's one.
I listened to it from my house. 3 miles away.
So I think just for purposes of going forward this year, I mean, I think probably the best venue forward is the DRC, and I mean that way it's kind of out and it's not a one-on-one meeting. It's actually before the public.
Right. Thank you. And again, we do, you know, in your current rules and regulations, you do have a decibel rating that is acceptable for the music. So that might be one of the things that we also ask is monitored.
How do you do it outside, though?
Decibel monitor.
Yeah, but with Kerry, I mean, they have a hard time controlling it in stadiums, much less on an outdoor venue. I mean, when the wind blows, that's when that's when the music carries the best. But I mean, it's just one of those things. I mean, you can do a decibel rating, but it picks up on everything. So I mean, there was a issue put out last year with how much decibels were being calculated inside concert venues, stadiums, that it was almost, you couldn't control it because sometimes the crowd was louder than the music and vice versa. But I mean, it's definitely something to look at, I guess. Rick?
Councilman, having unfortunately been charged with this at the county for a number of the outdoor concerts, one of the important things, and again, I know Mayor Cordova and I discussed this actually at the event, is how you position the speakers makes a big difference. For example, when we had to do the sound checks at the county for K-Tao and for Mesa Brewery, what we did is we positioned the speakers coming down toward the crowd because it's a small controlled area. It's not like we're doing a big concert stadium. And the speakers last year were up on the stage, so they were kind of going up at eye level across people's heads. And there's other little tricks we can do on that. But I can assure you that having had to walk around with that meter, they did not exceed the town's dBAs, which are actually higher than the county is.
Okay.
But we can work together on that, and I'm sure he's willing to work with it, because it actually winds up with him having to not drive the sound system as much, and you get a purer sound, better experience. Actually, Mitch back there does all this stuff for a living. He could probably have told us this in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And there are other events in the town that are happening that I know share equipment between each other, and so maybe we can do that too.
Okay. Thank you all very, very much. We appreciate your time.
Councilor Hahn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Susan and Edna. It was my understanding that we were going to put out for RFQ, RFP all performers, and I'm thinking specifically about Mother's Day. So it's my understanding that soon those applications will be put in. And the point of me bringing this up now is that the DRC meetings are going to be crucial as that final awardee for Mother's Day becomes apparent, and a collaborative effort then, if you also, through our craft fair process, are using the park that day, there could be someone totally new there. That's my understanding. Mr. Manager, am I in the ballpark on that? Where do we stand?
Mr. Mayor, Council, that's two separate issues. Your next item on the consent agenda, in fact, is the approval of the dates for the use of the parks in particular, in this case, or public just like we had closures of streets at the last meeting. So you would be awarding that. There's no promise attached to allowing an event to use the park that we would in any way support it. In fact, as has been indicated by Councilman Gonzalez, the purpose of the DRC is to, in fact, make sure that the user of the park meets public safety, fire standards, sound, parking, all these other considerations, and doesn't place an unfair burden on the town to have to do that. The other part you're talking about, the incentive block grant, on the agenda is the consideration for the council to set priorities how that money would be used. And the recommendation of staff is that it underwrite helping to support events in the spring season, given the short time we have to spend that money. And that would be a competitive process. You are correct about that.
So we're in a state of flux.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so what's going to be required is close communication with the manager and Mr. Kennebec.
And we have always attended the DRC meetings. About every DRC meeting where they had us on the agenda, we were there. So we fully respect that process and felt like last spring it was quite stepped up. That the current staff and the current leadership is really doing a great job with that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you all.
Councillor.
To say. I'm just going to throw this out there because it sounds like both of you want to be long-term. You've already been there 15 years, and DMC's already been around for so long. And just to throw this out there as an idea, because it could be either for you or for DMC, but I mean, had anybody ever considered Parfield as a different venue also? There's plenty of parking, town hall, and all around, and that's a pretty big field for either event. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Right. Mr. Cordova previously had his events at a different field, and last year was the first year he was in Kit Carson Park. So if he'd like to consider that, we'd welcome him to do that. But we've had our event there for so many years, we would not like to consider moving at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you.
I just wanted to throw it out there, and I'll also throw it out there to DMC as well. So thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Hopefully we can get it worked out. I think we can.
I think we can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. So I have another person on the Mr. Manzanares.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Good afternoon. I come before you this afternoon again as chairman of the board of directors for the Taos County Chamber of Commerce. Number one, to thank you again for your continued support. Obviously, the town's commitment to working with the chamber, I think, in terms of helping us meet our goal. Our banner statement is making business better, and we are committed to responsible economic development in our community. And so we really appreciate that you continue to work with us. We're very happy to have seen that the airport improvement project has gotten underway. We're totally psyched about that. We understand, and we're the business community is supportive of the hearing that's coming up at the county, and we intend to be there to support the finalization of the approval process in that regard. But the thing I really wanted to come to you today is to make sure that you understand that you have a personal invitation to come to the Sagebrush Inn on Saturday to partake of the Wedding Expo that the County Chamber of Commerce is putting on. And highlighting the Wedding Festival is Patricia Michaels. She will actually be doing a show of some of her wedding dresses, and we'll be doing a runway presentation. So it's going to be a fun day from 11 to 4 at Sagebrush, and we'd like you to bring your wives or partners and family members and come and have a great time on Saturday with us. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. I've been married for 33 years. I don't know if I want to, just easy. Anybody else would like to speak? Jean? Mr. Sanchez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Actually, I came in just to spend about an hour to show support for your administration, the council members. And all of a sudden, there's an item on here that I think that we need to address, and I would like it, if I could, ask the town clerk to record this particular conversation in her minutes. I'd appreciate it. As you know, the building that the toolbox is talking about was supposedly condemned to the extent that everybody had to get out of that building as soon as possible. And the reason for that was supposedly it was infested with asbestos, bad air, mold in some cases, and that being the case, I'm just wondering, this was brought about by a report prepared by, I believe it was 9/11 Solutions out of Albuquerque. And the main man that presented that particular study was also the same architect that designed the Kit Carson E911 building as we were referring to it. So if that building is so contaminated, which I know it wasn't, what has the town done to address this particular item? And have the parties that are talking about utilizing this building been made aware of supposedly this great contamination that exists in that building? If the town has gone in and cleaned it up, then you should have evidence to this matter, and if not, then what's going to be done to make that building safe? That's a question. I would like an answer to that.
Councilman Hahn?
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. The way I'm approaching the toolbox request is actually today, when we got the agenda at 5, Friday night is the first time I heard anything about the toolbox. I didn't know what it was. I read their material. It sounds interesting, to be sure, but I too, like you, have questions. I'd like to know what the status of that building is. They made reference to the antenna. I know that we have a company who, pending P&Z approval, will be willing to take that down at no charge to the town. I'm sure there are other deferred maintenance issues, and then there's the old asbestos problem. And however extensive that may be, I'm not sure. But as part of our review, it's my approach to take the toolbox presentation one step at a time, do a cost-benefit analysis. We already have a discrepancy on the amount of in-kind contribution that the town may be making. And, of course, I've got that historical memory of the concerns that you're bringing up. So I'm very grateful to you for bringing that up. And as we look at this process and then fully review it, rest assured I will be following up with that kind of concern. But
all right, I think this is very important, that the parties involved be made aware of why the town vacated that building. And otherwise there could be some problems that could arise. Myself, I never had any lack of faith in that building.
Lack of what?
I never had a lack of faith in that building. I know the history, and I was involved with that review since 2004. And yet it was made out to be a monster that was so bad that we had to move to, as far as I was concerned, a building that did not afford what was promised to the town. So I'm going to pursue this and make sure that one way or the other this has been settled by either cleaning up the supposed contamination, which was not only a lot of asphalt, air quality, mold, whatever else may have existed, to substantiate the move to the Kit Carson building. Something else that I'm just going to make you aware of is when you have mixed uses, like it sounds you're going to have in that building, they legally have to be separated. Mm-hmm. Broadcasting equipment has got to be legally separated from anything else that may go on in there. But those are just cautions you can attend to later on. But I think that either we were fraudulently led into thinking that we had to go into a new building, or we weren't, and if we weren't, then there's a lot of contamination that has to be addressed before it goes to any kind of public use. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
I will continue to follow up on this. Like I said, caught me completely by surprise, so I stayed longer than I intended. But thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Mr. Mayor. Also, thanks, Gene, for bringing the issue up. Rick, I think along the lines of that, too. I mean, and I didn't see it within their proposal, what it looks like as far as us giving the in-kind, but I don't think it addressed any maintenance to the building. And I know we've been hard-pressed on any of our buildings with regards to what maintenance costs are. And if there's any remediation or anything, I mean, those numbers can skyrocket. So I think we need to take a long, hard look at, and again, addressing the multi-use out of it too. Having multiple entities in there, I think Councilor Peralta pointed out granted it's a non-profit entity formed, doesn't mean that they don't provide for-profit services. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Mr. Cordova? Big on the mister.
I want at least half an hour. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Bellis, first of all, I'd like to address, I went for a wheel alignment yesterday. It was really, really unbelievable how off the thing on my truck was, and it's not really, it's a problem throughout the area, but more prevalent right here in town and in the plaza. I drove by the other day. I guess somebody had put in a little sand in there, so it still doesn't work. But people want to see that. We might want to talk about concerts and craft shows and all kinds of events here. But if we don't start addressing the infrastructure, then we're going to have a lot of problems. And people are noticing that that's what we want to see. We don't care who's going to play where, if we're going to have that kind of problem with our roads. But I did talk to. I took it to the Silvas, and I did talk to them yesterday, and they understand. Dino was telling me that he had sent a letter to you guys, about fixing the potholes because of the number of people that they have had there. And I wasn't going to talk about that, but I thought I'd bring it up because it affected me. I had to replace the bearings on my Blazer and wheel alignment on my Silverado already, just within the last couple of weeks. It's expensive.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cordova. And I just want to, before we did meet with the Department of Transportation just recently, and we just allocated some more money to our Public Works Director so that they can address some of those potholes. It is a little tough right now in the cold weather to actually fill those potholes because of the moisture that sits in the ground. And they've taken on some good ideas that have been brought to us, and they're filling those, and they're actually using a mix with sand and some concrete so that it'll actually try to stay in the hole till we can get some of that moisture out of that and then fix them properly as soon as it dries up a little bit. So, Councilor Gonzalez?
Arsenio, I couldn't agree more because it has gotten extremely bad. And I mean, that's just even in people that are visiting the community will point it out. I stayed at the Inn on the Delta in Espanola about a week ago, and it was interesting because there was a couple there from Colorado, a couple that drove in, and they said they had originally intended to spend 3 days in Taos. They came through, hit every single pothole on the way here, spent the day, and then ended up at the Inn on the Delta in Espanola. So they visited the region, Bandelier, and everything that's around there. But I think it's starting to play into how we perceive ourselves. I'll take it a step further in that this is the first year, Rick, I haven't seen the sidewalk swept all the way up through the heart of town. And I get the fact that we fall on that state highway, but if you drive by the sidewalk in front of Walmart, which there's a ton of footsteps in it, but it hasn't been swept. And I think that's something we need to hit every single, we try to tout ourselves as a pedestrian-friendly community, and we're probably anything but. So I'd like to see that taken care of. And again, Arsenio, thank you for bringing that issue forward.
This was a campaign issue that was brought. I remember Mr. Hahn saying about the little boy that disappeared in his bike. in a pothole by his house. Now I think the whole family went down in their car. So,
and I think one more thing, Mr. Mayor, I think to point out is that while I was in D.C. last week, my understanding from my wife was that it was beautiful weather all week long. I mean, pretty much everything had dried out, and I was a little bummed that we hadn't taken advantage of that weather to take care of some of those issues.
Okay, now that you've taken most of my time, I'd like to address another thing.
Before you go on, Councilman Peralta has something.
Yes.
We'll give you a little more time.
I just wanted to give you a little advice like I took for myself. All my vehicles are four-wheel drive. So I can get in and out of the potholes.
I know, and you got to use it, right?
What's that?
You got to use the four-wheel drive.
That's right.
Or low. I wanted to talk about a little bit about the Wednesday night massacre. I watched it on TV a few weeks ago. And, I just want to caution you, as council people, people are watching. And, what happened that particular night made me kind of sad to feel that, this happened to go on. I've been in a position, I've been an elected official, been the chairman, and every single violation of Robert's Rules of Order were violated that particular night. It's just unbelievable that I would think that the people that we support as a community would allow something like this to happen. We count on you, new members and former members of the council or elected members of the council to represent us. There were a lot of comments made that night that made me sad about Taos and made my family very sad because we watched about the racial statements that were made, surreal Latin American courts and things like this that were mentioned and everything else. Kind of all of a sudden made me think about Frida Kahlo coming to New York and calling it Gringolandia, because that's exactly what it was that night. People that were, taking sides racially rather than to sides as to what the real issue was. And, I just, you're elected officials. We respect you in this community. But, if you allow this to go on again, it's a big divide in the community. We had heard the lady from the chamber speak to us just a moment ago. I happened to, some of those emails that those chamber members are sending out are very, very racial. And, you may have not seen them. I happen to see them. Somebody sent them to me about those racial statements about Mother's Day music that is degrading to the Anglo people in the arts and crafts area. And, it's a division that we cannot allow in this community, because those tensions are going to escalate. Several of you have been in situations where those items have escalated in other communities, and I caution you. And I'm ashamed that this happened to and that it did go as long as it did. I'm going to stay here till I get my way. I'm going to stay here till, but the audience was riled up to the point where the racial tensions escalated. And I've heard that from many people that watched it, many people that were here that said they came in support of one and left, in support of one or another, and left feeling that they had been violated in a real horrible way. And I apologize to the audience and to the people of Taos for you and for those things that were allowed. I think that if I would have been on this council, I would have walked away the minute that discussion started. And I respect all of you. We elected 3 new members with a new vision for Taos. I also caution you to look, Mr. Bellis, Mr. Mayor, at who are in your committees that you're appointing. You know, how many of the long-lived people have been appointed to committees on planning and zoning, on historical preservation, things like that. You know, we don't have a very strong Hispanic representation on your committees. And you know, I know what you're going to tell me. Why didn't you apply? You know, I don't live in town. You know, but you know, I consider it my town because I do that. You know, I drive through your potholes. I shop at your centers here. You know, and you know, just this week I intercepted an email that said that from one of the merchants that said that the locals and the merchants are not a very good mix in the plaza. You know, and you know, so it comes from both sides. You know, and it's, I just want to tell you that you know, kiss and make up, work together. You know, just talk to each other, because if you don't talk to each other, we're not going to accomplish anything in this town. You know, right now, one of the people that I met with this week told me that Bellis' next thing is to cancel the fiestas. You know, and you know, I said, come on, and said, yeah, well, you know, that's going to be the next thing. You know, it's going to be, he's going to cancel the Taos fiestas, and because you know, so I don't know what to believe anymore. You know, I don't know what side to believe. You know, a lot of the times things that I think are impossible come true in this community. You know, 100-year celebration of the arts. Look back 400 years and look at all those arts that have been developed, you know, the retablos and everything else that are very much a collection of the Harwood Foundation. And, you know, just we're not celebrating 100 years. We're celebrating 1,000 years with 1300 when Taos Pueblo was first established, and 1598 when the Spaniards came, and 1960 when the hippies came. But that's the one we celebrate, right? With this council, you know, we have Dennis Hopper Day, but you know, we don't celebrate any other one. I don't know what the proclamation about Cuauhtemoc is, you know, but nobody was. I think not too many people know about that, but they sure know about some of the wonderful leaders, you know, that came here. You know, just Mr. Peralta can tell you about his genealogy of the governor Peralta in 1600 and 1606, 1607, you know, in this community. But please, you know, don't make us be ashamed to say we're from Taos, you know. And you can start by opening lines of communication with each other. You can start by maybe using the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps to fill up the potholes, at least temporarily or something. Okay, so, you know, God bless all of you and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Cordova.
Thank you, Arsenio.
And anyone else under the Citizens Forum? Not, we'll go ahead and go on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Peralta.
I'd like to have item B and F removed for further discussion.
Okay. B and F.
Second.
Motion and a second to remove those off the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Any other items?
Move the approval of the consent agenda as amended.
Okay.
Second.
And call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Okay. So then we'll go on to item 9B, Local Economic Development Initiative Block Grant, RFP for events. Mr. Bellis.
As was stated in an email earlier today, this was a refinement of an earlier grant. Our recommendation of staff is that there's $82,000 left in this line item, and that since its purpose was for economic stimulus, and given where the lead is, that we will not have the public hearing until late March rather, that the funding be competitively allocated to try to stimulate tourism, lodgers tax, GRTs, through supporting, promoting, increasing existing or potential events or marketing of those events as a collaborative partnership within the community.
Councilman Peralta?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Bellis, I do understand, the RFP that you put out. My concern is, or question is, that you have a deadline of Friday for proposals. And so my question is, are we already looking at specific events, maybe, or
I'm
what?
sorry. If that's in there, then that didn't get moved up. Yeah, we would not be releasing it until Thursday. It would go out Thursday, and there would be a session on March 5th to talk about the application, and then I believe it's the third week of March that the proposals would actually be due. And I, what I was asking for approval on here was not the overall RFP, but the RFP is designed so that the council sets the priorities for funding. And I left the dates up to Sharon to actually set on what was a reasonable time frame for publicity, conducting the meeting, and getting responses back in time to evaluate.
But that's why the 27th of this month seemed to be
I
unreasonable
apologize.
unless we already had particular applications in hand that we were going to consider. So that was my first question. The second question is, because we are now at 3 months left into the fiscal year?
Correct.
Is it really reasonable to anticipate that we could get events and properly vent them in order to make a decision on funding, or should we really look at doing this process and take the $82,000 and add it to next year's budget and look at really trying to give projects sufficient time to market and that sort of thing, if based upon what their application is? But I really want to see an event prosper or really be significantly marketed to make it worthwhile than to do something very quickly that is just going to expend money but not really produce for us. And I understand that there's some things that are happening that could possibly be making applications to us this fiscal year, but I'm just concerned that we're so late into this. If we were doing this in November or December, I would be much more it would make me feel better to do it then than doing it now, because it's short time to, especially when we're looking at the end of March before we actually have applications before us even to look at and consider, which means that by the time we get the process going and contracts issued or whatever, the end of the fiscal year is almost gone. So that's the reason I pulled it off the consent agenda for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I'm presuming it would have to be one of two things, and that's what we've been hearing out there. We started meeting with people last summer, I guess, before the summer, about the idea of how can we help create these anchor events, particularly after New Mexico Tourism made the change and actually put money out for signature events. And what we heard was that one of two things is that there are established events out there that need additional help marketing or sort of kicking it up to the next level, and those events are going to occur whether we help them or not. It's just a question of, can we make them bigger or better than they are and draw more people in? The other kind are things sort of like, and I hate to pick out individual events, but a number of events like the Paseo have approached us, and the Arts Council was here a few weeks ago and said, we need to start planning and know what we have in terms of support, both in use of properties but also marketing and potentially support dollars now, because they need to commit those acts, they need to commit those artists at this point for events that won't happen till the summer and may not happen till the fall. And that was the intent, was we were trying to fill a gap that seemed like when we talked to all the event creators, promoters, organizations, that they're saying that this is what's keeping us from doing the next big thing is upfront money or help because we've got to put all this up now and wait 6 months for tickets, or we just don't have an advertising or marketing budget. But you guys are tagging on with New Mexico Tourism and advertising in Colorado, Texas, Arizona, and if we could be part of what you market, then we could do better.
I can understand that, but I think there's still some, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, there's some holes, I guess, in our process that we still need to answer, and that is the use of facilities and the procurement or the expenditure of funds in support of that don't violation either procurement or the anti-donation clause. And so it's hard to say that we can get those things done in answering the RFPs that may be presented to us in this short period of time. And this is what I'm just saying is that I think there's some homework that we need to do to finish up in order to make our ability to analyze these proposals and qualify them for support. And that's, I'm just trying to make sure that we're doing it right, and I just don't want to, in a sense, use money that could be better used if we were in the proper place at this time.
And I would say, Councilman, Mr. Mayor, I absolutely agree with everything you're saying, and I agree that we have to get those questions answered. But the thing is, we have to answer those questions even if we don't do this, because we don't know that, and you and I have had this discussion, we don't know if the farmers market can function the way it does, or if Fiestas continue the way it does, or if we can let Solar Fest charge to use our park and not get anything in return and give them police support. And I can't imagine in the state of New Mexico we're just going to stop having events for the next 6 months till the state decides what the proper interpretation of anti-donation is, and not just because of us, but because in calling around, when Linda's calling around, the Ski Valley, Albuquerque, everybody needs to know before they start booking events for the spring and the summer, what's the change in interpretation that the state's making.
I don't necessarily think there's a change in the interpretation. I think it's a matter of actually sitting down and saying, here is how we feel that we've interpreted it, and we're going to use these rules until such time as they tell us they're not right. But, because I think it's the definition of what anti-donation is fairly clear, and I think there's ways that you can look at it and say, yes, this falls under this provision under the anti-donation clause, for example, under economic development, and we're meeting this criteria based upon this. And so I'm just saying that we just need to have the rules so that when we look at a proposal, if the council is going to make the decision to whether we do it or not, that we have all of the information available to us to really make that decision saying, yes, we can do this, and we can expend this amount of money, or we can let this go for this price, or whatever it might be. And that's all I'm asking, is that we do that in order to say, and it's a little different when you're using marketing dollars from the lodgers tax, because that's already been defined. It's when you're talking about facilities, or you're talking about grants that go in a different direction than marketing. And that's what I'm saying, where you say somebody they might need something up front to help them get over the hump, but there's some provisions under that you look at and say, well, but if they're charging a ticket for that, aren't we do something in return for that ticket? And that's part of our discussion that we've had, and that's all I'm saying, is that we need to sit down and set our own rules, in a sense, based upon our investigation into those requirements by state law, and say, here's how we've defined it until we get a different definition. And I think we can go forward with that, but we've got to make sure that we've done our homework. That's all I'm saying.
And Councilman Peralta, I think, we have a lot of momentum moving forward, and I think, for us at this point to really stop the process and not maybe fund some of these. If they come to us, I think maybe we can put a provision in there, provided we have addressed the anti-donation clause, so that we can move forward with them. I think right now there's a lot of momentum in our community. I think there's a lot of opportunity in our community, especially with the different celebrations that could happen this year because of the 100th birthday and the ranchos and all the different things that are going on. I think it would really slow us down in this process. I think I would really look to you to help us with that anti-donation process. I think you're the gentleman that has the most, history with it, and I think you could help us through it. You did that with the there in Albuquerque with the fair, and I think that you would really benefit in helping us work our way through that anti-donation. I want to say problem, so that make sure that we're not in the same boat as Las Cruces, and we can work our way through it. So I think it would benefit the community to continue to move forward. There's a lot of opportunity that really is sitting there for us, some low-hanging fruit that we can bring people and people to our community, heads and beds, people eating at restaurants, hopefully buying art, and just enjoy the things that we have to offer. Council?
Do we have a list of current applicants?
I don't think so at this point. This is just the the development of the LIDO or RFP that would be going out, and then they would actually apply then for the event. Is that correct, Mr. Bellis?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The applications would be announced on Thursday in the Taos News, and again, we would have a pre-conference meeting. I believe it's on the 5th scheduled, and then they'd be due on the 3rd week of March. And it would be helpful. It may be we can't fund anything that anybody's asking for, but it would be helpful for myself and Mr. Lopez and Linda to be able to further define what we're trying to get definitions and opinions on, if we actually knew what it was the groups were specifically asking for. What are they expecting of the town that would help them? And then we could try to work around that. We do know that there is a way to do it, and that we did that with the Congos and the auditors, and everyone approved that. It was, if we sponsor the event or we are a participant in the event, that certainly gives us an advantage in solving the anti-donation. And I think we all know what the ground rules are we have to solve, and there are just some borders we can't do anymore. You can't just give somebody cash as a for-profit business to go generate other cash.
Well, there's still questions, Mr. Mayor, if I could respond to that. I think there's still questions as to an event and what we can sponsor and what we can't sponsor, and how that sponsorship is related to a for-profit. And I'm using the word very loosely in the sense that it doesn't make any difference if you're a not-for-profit or a for-profit organization. If you are raising funds, there's limitations that we can do as far as granting grants to them. And that was one of the reasons I mentioned about the toolbox. You've got a mixed use in there, and that's where Las Cruces got into trouble. They granted the use of a facility for a nonprofit to do services for the community in contract with the town or with the city of Las Cruces, but then they turned around and they started subletting the property in a sense to raise revenues that then didn't create a compensation back for the use of that facility. So it's how you look at a situation and then describe it and saying, yeah, we can do it this way, but we can't do it another way. So I'm trying to say also, for the purposes of somebody who's going to make an application to us, to understand the limitations they have on the request, so that we don't take a look at it and say, no, we can't do it because everything they want we can't do. But if they know coming in that there is some ground rules in the sense that this is off limits, but this is within the limits, then it helps them making their application to us, and it helps us through the process of streamlining our ability to respond to it quickly. I don't want to take months to make a decision on something that needs to be or could be done in an hour or two in discussion. That's part of the reason I'm bringing it up.
And just as an informational point, Councilman, that was one of the reasons we did insert in here that pre-submission conference. Is I think we're pretty close to we have the league's opinion. We have one or two towns. We're waiting for a few others actually to even call us back today, that within a very short time we would have a good framework of that, and maybe even before Thursday. And Thursday's the advertising date. We don't expect anybody will actually walk in on Thursday morning and ask for an application, but that we could have those clarifications.
No further questions, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Anything from any of the other council?
Just an observation, Mr. Mayor. So if we get the ad in on Thursday, we get the pre-conference mandatory hearing on the 5th, proposals due back on the 20th. That gives entrepreneurs 10 days to respond. Staff then has another 10 days to filter, approve, contact, and that puts us on Good Friday, which is 3, 4, 5 weeks in front of Mother's Day.
I think, Councilor Hahn, I think, again, we got some momentum going. I think we need to move forward. If our staff is willing to work that hard and get this through and bring it to us and make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, I commend them. And it's their schedule, and we're here to help in any way that we can. I am, anyway.
I totally agree with you, Mr. Mayor. But this is also reinforcing our community, small community grants process that we started last fall, and we're about to enter into 2015-2016 process. So this keeps with that and getting the politics out of some of this and making it a straightforward, objective, point-driven procurement. So I agree. We're a little bit behind the curve, but I think there's time to get caught up. And I'm sure staff is more than up to the task.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor?
with Councilmember Hahn's comments intact, that fund, it's not just set aside for community grants, right? I mean, I know we dispersed quite a bit. We have roughly $85K in there, right, Mr. Manager?
I believe it's 82.
82. So could we not allocate some of that funding? And with all respect to the nonprofits and everybody that needs funding, we have major road issues, as the community's kind of voiced out to us, that we need, every bit of money that we can going towards fixing that problem. I really would hate to wait or to defer any further, especially if we have accessible money today to allocate towards that.
Well, that's Mr. Mayor, if I could. I guess that brings me to one of the questions I had, Mr. Manager, and it dovetails with Councilman Gonzalez's concern a little bit. I thought I had read that we were using Lodgers Tax Advisory Board money for this. The 78, the 82,000. So I need clarification on that.
It was my understanding there wasn't any money from the lodger's tax after we renewed Joni's contract.
That is correct, Councilwoman. This is general fund line item allocation, as was the $100,000 for the community services. I could foresee that some of these organizations that are looking at marketing considerations, we would work them into what Joni Griffin is publicizing already for the town, or whatever the next campaign is that they're publicizing, or even look at that. If an arts group came in, for example, you look at some of that $50,000 in reserves you set aside in the lodger's tax reserve for promoting events this year. But the $82,000 is general fund.
Councilman Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, in a little bit in response to Councilmember Hahn's question or statement earlier, did we not approve the Mother's Day $6,000 grant already?
No. They made a presentation, and
I thought in the budgetary process for this year we had approved monies to be spent, and it was for marketing purposes for Mother's Day, and it was coming out of the lodger's tax fund and not out of general fund. And there was a question that we had discussions about a month or so ago about how those funds could be used, but it wasn't anticipated to be coming out of the $82,000. And the reason I'm saying that is because Councilor Hahn is that the Mother's Day would not come under the same sort of thing that we're talking about now under this RFP, because he's not. I mean, I'm sorry. There's a difference between the Mother's Day project and a project that the town would sponsor and hire entertainers for. We're not hiring anything under the Mother's Day project. It's a sole entity project that is being taken care of by DMC and not by us. And so our funding to that would be in a sponsorship, either through marketing or some other way, that depending upon which way we go, and whether we do it or not. But it's not us hiring an entertainment project like we did with the Congos. This is a totally different item. And so if we're looking at doing something ourselves, then there's certain procedures that we have to follow in order to do that. If we are sponsoring a project that somebody else is doing, then there's certain procedures we have to follow to do that. And that's part of what I look at in the RFP that we're looking at now, is something that somebody else is sponsoring that or producing, and that we are then assisting with, rather than something we're doing ourselves, unless we have a person on board who is going to be handling events and doing all that work that normally a promoter would be doing. I don't think we're in place for that right now. So I think what Mr. Bellis is asking us to do is to look at people who are producing these things and see how we can help to make them better, to improve the bringing of individuals to our community and spending money, either by heads and beds, or going to restaurants, or going to our stores and buying stuff, or whatever, or even tickets to the event. But am I correct in my assumption, in my understanding what we're looking at?
You're correct, with the exception that we did not budget for Mother's Day. Last year there was concern on that, and we met with Mayor Cordova. The money in the budget last year to pay for Mother's Day was actually general fund, and it was not marketing dollars. And we don't have a specific line item for any of those events. I think, do we have one for Fiestas?
Let me just clarify. Yes.
Okay.
So we did spend it out of lodger's tax. We moved it into general fund, which is in council set aside, combined Mother's Day and the Fiestas, not naming them out, just putting the money aside for those two specific events, maybe depending on procurement. So we have those. We have the $82,000 in the one-time cost, which is general fund, and we have the $50,000, which is lodger's tax. Those three.
So, but Mr. Mayor, if I could, for clarification.
Yes, sir.
The $50,000 is what we approved for the celebrations of this year.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the Fiestas and Mother's Day. You said there was money set aside in the budget, not specifically naming those events.
Right.
And that is where?
That is in pretty sure executives budget under, it's either executives or council set aside. I don't know exactly which one.
So it's not included in the 82,000?
It's not included in the 82,000, no.
Okay. And it's monies from general fund, not lodger's tax?
Yes, monies from general fund. And I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure, and Rick probably is just, he probably doesn't remember because it's very hard to know where we put everything in.
I think it got complicated because that's when Jay Caldwell was there, and we had to consult him on how to satisfy the procurement and still put the money in there.
And still put the money in there, not take it out of lodger's tax. So that's my recollection, and I'm just looking. I don't have my detail, but it looks that I can tell you real quick if it's a big one.
Okay, then that goes back. No, it's okay, Marietta, but that goes back to my question then. If we are going to be using general fund monies and not doing marketing for these events, and then the question of the anti-donation clause really comes into play as to whether or not we can use those monies to sponsor these events. And one of the concerns that I said we probably could do it because it's not a paid event. They're not using it to generate funds to operate. In other words, they're not asking the public to pay to go to the event, as in contrast, let's say, with a concert that was a paid event. And so there, where you're talking about providing an event for the public in general that, in a sense, is giving back to the public, I think we have a little more latitude than when somebody is asking us to support something for which they're asking the public to pay for.
I agree. The difficulty I have right now is I don't know what those groups are asking for.
No, I understand that, but I'm just using the Mother's Day event as an example, as compared with, let's say, Solar Fest, which is a ticketed event.
Absolutely.
And I've supported Solar Fest since its inception, so I'm not trying to say anything derogatory towards it. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of what we have to look at and how we look at them. So my anticipation is that the events that you're looking for in this RFP would be more ones that would be events that probably have a ticket price to them rather than somebody who's putting on a free event. I'm just assumption, unless we're talking about Thursday Night Live or something like that. So.
Can I just say something, just because they come through our office, some of these events, I'm going to say like the powwow that's now in July, that may need some support, and putting this off may hinder those. But in the same sense, just discussion is that, okay, if we're going to not do this RFP, then they come and they ask for advertising monies. Is that going to be something that may be allowed? It's exempt from procurement, but it's advertising monies only and nothing else, or is that going to separate out what we're trying to do is bringing it all together? They may come and say, I need X amount of money for advertising, promotion, state, whatever it may be. So just to fill through that, if we don't do it right now, those are probably going to keep coming at us. And just another discussion maybe for the next meeting to say, if you don't decide to do it this way, those things may come up that will hinder the Julys, the August, or whatever. And then if we do take the 82 and want to do it on roads, then that's fine too. We may not have the 82 next year because we may not have that additional funding like we did last year. Hopefully when I do my financial report, we'll talk about the GRT. You already saw it's down for our biggest month was December. So just all these things just to throw, keep in mind, not to say anything that nobody's wrong, different, or it's just what staff is looking at on our side. So.
Councilor Gonzalez.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask French, because he's hiding in the back, to come up? If we could ask him a question. Thanks, French. How much money have you been allocated, I guess, funding-wise, for taking care of our little pothole problem that seems to be growing?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gonzalez, at mid-year, we moved monies around, and I believe it's at $22,000 or $29,000.
Is that anywhere near enough?
No. The new funding cycle will allocate additional funding.
That won't be till June.
Yes.
I don't think we can wait that long. July. So if we took even 50% of that 82,000, would that make a pretty big dent for you?
It would.
Okay.
Can I speak again? I'm sorry. So what if I find French? Not find, I just an idea of what we have available in the budget for one of his projects that he was going to do for CDBG, that he is going to use a little bit, and we give him that, which is probably maybe $25,000, and then $18,000 for what I had budgeted for Camino de Real building here next door. That in discussion with the Forest Service, I had budgeted that money to pay for the final payment, but in overall the books, that they show that all those payments have been made, and that's capital money to give him for his pothole repair. And I'm the pothole repair line person, so.
Well, I guess for me, Mary, even the shifting of funds, I would really hate to in a sense, rob Peter to pay Paul if we have some what has been termed as slush fund money.
No. What was never slush fund? It was just.
Well, it's general fund. I mean, it's sitting there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. We're looking at allocating it, to items and issues that we've already, I think been pretty generous on this year, especially with our limited budget, and paid. I mean, $29,000 worth of attention to pothole problems is not nearly enough. So again, I would request that we take 50% of that 82,000 and allocate to French, and French, please make a big dent in curing that problem, because I hear it all day long.
And French, when you came to me and I asked you, is there, what type of money we need for potholes, you said you were going to go out to bid or get somebody to cover those potholes, and that was, you thought that was going to be enough money. And if we allocate, $50,000, what is $50,000 going to get us on a road? How much of a road are we going to be able to do with $50,000? Let's say we allocated that to Merced. How much is $50,000 going to get us?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, probably about 2 feet.
That's what I thought.
That's what I was
and
thinking,
and that's why I'm getting back to this, and I can go back to, Mr. Ballas, would go back to, Marietta. What formulates money into our budget? How do we get money into our budget? Through GRTs?
Yes.
And so, when we spend, $80,000, is there a quantitative something that we can put our finger on that if we spend that same $50,000, what will it bring us, or $80,000, what will it bring us back in GRTs? And that's what, because that's what drives our budget. That's what brings money to our budget. Because, what we want to generate is we want to generate, $1 million so that we have additional monies to pave a road, Camino de Merced, some of these other roads, that we have that funding to either have match for additional funding that comes in, when we apply for grants. But if we, $50,000 on a road really doesn't cover much. But if we spend it wisely to generate new monies to come in to help in the road, because we do have opportunities to cover our potholes right now. I think, it sounded like we had enough to take care of the situation right now, and we have additional monies coming in. The possibility of having match for any further grant monies that might be applied for. Hopefully, Linda, I know she's been very diligent and looking for it, and so is French, so that we might have match money to continue to pave some of the roads that continue to deteriorate as we move forward. It's just hard to, spend to pave a few feet of road.
Mr. Mayor,
really doesn't get us
I'm not talking about a resurface. I'm talking about filling potholes, and I can completely understand the resurface or repaving of a road. $50,000 wouldn't put a dent in the engineering to redo a road. So for me, I'm saying, while I can sympathize, agree with a lot of the nonprofits out there that need allocated funding, at the same point, I'm looking on the other hand of people going to start submitting us invoices for $400, $500 because, we blew tie rods. I'm looking at this from a holistic standpoint of saying if we have funds available today to address a problem that's imminent, that's here today, then I think that's something we should be doing, which is addressing that problem. That's not to say that I don't agree with you with regards to the fact that we can't use that money to generate additional funds, but we spent $25,000 on a concert that I'm looking for yieldable results that have yet to be put in front of me. So I'm looking at what we are tasked as a council, which is looking out for the health, safety, and welfare of this community, providing the core benefit infrastructure, and quit trying to create startup business where startup business needs to, in a way, take care of themselves. So for me, it's saying if we have allocatable funds today to fix the problems that we have, I'm going to go that way every time. And again, if this money was allocated specifically for that purpose, or it had the constrictions from the state of New Mexico or from the federal government, that's the only thing it could be used for. But that's not the message I'm getting. So for me, it's saying I need to look out for the welfare of this community, and that includes its roads. So that's just where I'm coming from.
And so, French, when's the best time to patch potholes? I know we have one of the contractors here too, and that makes hot mix and cold mix, and so when is the best time to patch potholes? Is it today? When there's moisture on the ground, or as far as to permanently patch them, to make them so that they're going to stay, not so I know we've been doing temporary patches now and trying to appease so people aren't having ruined front ends and that type of stuff. So.
Mr. Mayor, I think that question is obvious. It's during the warmer months, and when the plant boots up, we are limited with the availability of hot mix. So April, May, June through the rest of the winter, summer. I'm sorry.
So the new funding would in the new budget year would come in when?
July 1st. Well, we'll get interim approval hopefully in June, and we work off the interim budget July 1st, and then the final is due July 31st.
And that's generally when most of the work gets done in our community.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I make a suggestion that I think might solve all of this? And French, you and I and Marietta met just before this meeting, in fact, to discuss this very thing on priorities for road projects. And what we discussed was...
Rick, hang on just one second. Councilor Peralta.
Yeah, just let me ask a question. This has nothing to do with the actual item on our agenda right now, okay? But this answers a little bit of Councilmember Gonzalez's question. Joey, from your perspective, what is the best way to temporarily patch our potholes? Because you can't, I agree that we can't permanently patch them until the weather warms up and get rid of the moisture in the ground. But what products have you seen out there and that could be used as a temporary patch to try to let them hold them through for a month or so instead of a week or a day?
The best thing to use is what French is using, which is the QPR product, which is manufactured in Albuquerque, and it's a pliable emulsion-based asphalt that's pretty flexible. But the problem that you get into, like right now, for example, is the potholes are wet inside. It's a pothole. It's full of water.
Mr. Perovich, would you sit at the mic so it can be recorded?
So the potholes are full of water, and if you put any kind of an asphalt product in there, it merely just dissipates. The binder will not stay together. So the pothole has to be dry inside in the pothole area itself. And there is a procedure that you can use. You can dry it with a propane torch, get the water out of it, dry it, put the QPR in it, and roll it. And it's probably a 45 to 60 day fix. But the correct way to patch the potholes is to saw cut them out, in a whatever area they are. For example, probably a good cost to repair a pothole correctly is probably between $50 and $60 a square yard, and a square yard is 3 by 3 by 3. So, it's an expensive process to do, but if you do it correctly, it will stay in place. But that can't be done until May or June, like French says, because you need hot mix asphalt. I mean, we make what we call a hot laid cold product that's better than the QPR, but it's not a long-term repair. It's probably a 2-year repair, whereas if you use hot mix asphalt, HMA, you have a 5-year repair, 5 to 7-year repair. But
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse
French. Joey, thank you. So with the allocation of any funds, even if you come back on the new funding cycle, if you're talking $60 per square yard, are we still allocating enough even with what you have on funding? I mean, I guess I'm looking at trying to remediate some of these problems and get them fixed and fixed long term, aside from just saying, here, French, here's $50,000, go put stuff in the hole for 2 months. I guess for me it's a long-term goal as well too, to supplement even alongside what you're getting additional funding in the new funding cycle. I mean, I'm assuming you're going to ask for everything you can get.
Of course. Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gonzalez, I'm sorry I don't have those numbers in my head. I do recall identifying 20 potholes that were going to be in the neighborhood of about $22,000.
Properly fixed.
Yeah, as Joey described earlier, yes.
Not including everything else that's...
But once again, I mean, with the winter that we're having, I mean, as we are here today, it is snowing outside again, and most of the snows that we've had have been extremely wet. I mean, the main street in Taos, which is not necessarily the town's responsibility, but that road has deteriorated in the last 60 days. Unbelievable. I'm getting calls from DOT asking us to make special emergency products for them so that they can patch the streets. So we do have a huge problem. I mean, I would think more, and I'm not trying to set French's budget up for him, but I would think it was $50,000 to $60,000 to just repair the mainstream stuff that we have going on right now, to repair them correctly, so they would, be long-term repairs.
And then we could address ongoing maintenance with what you get in your upcoming funding. Kind of a no-brainer to me.
The problem I'm having, though, I'm sorry, Councilmember, and then I'm going to turn this over to Rick to respond, but to what he was going to say. But one of the problems I'm having, I've seen them even torch dry it, and the moisture is below that, and your hole is dry, but there's no way the stuff you put in there is going to stick to it anyway. And I've seen it pop right out,
exactly.
in a week or so.
Yeah.
So, I just don't have any clue as to what we can do to really fix this problem. And you're right, especially with the moisture we've had this year.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, the conditions. And, we had this, not argument, we had this discussion with the highway department a couple of weeks ago saying, you've got to do something. And my question to them was, when are you planning to overlay? When are you planning to really do something with the main drag? Because pothole fixing ain't working, and it's not going to work to keep it. So... that's a discussion. Mayor, I think we need to go back to Rick. I just wanted to get information about anything else that we might be able to do.
And that's where I was trying to get to, Councilman Peralta, is, a lot of roads have been let go so long that we're trying to play catch up now, and a lot of these pat jobs aren't going to do anything for them. We really need to do is mill and overlay. That's what we need to do. And again, $50,000 won't get us a mill and an overlay. And that's what we need to do, is generate the additional revenue so that we can start milling and overlaying a bunch of our roads. And they continue to deteriorate. And that's Mr. Bellis.
Thanks, French. We had a meeting a little earlier about this, and we were talking about roads and priorities. And one of the things you and I talked about is we just approved a MAP grant application for $900,000 basically, that we're putting up $250,000 for as a 25% match, but we don't have that match, and we don't know if we're going to get it anyway. But what we talked about is we know where to get $160,000, and that you have money to do the 3 entrances to the plaza, correct?
Yes.
And we had bid out on doing Placita and also Civic Plaza Drive.
Yes.
And the plaza, Placita, Civic Plaza, some of our worst roads. So the question was that you and I tried to figure out was, should we pledge money we don't have toward a grant that will do 1/3 of Merced? And we really can't do even if we had the money, we wouldn't do the last third because it goes into Medio, and until we get the design work from Medio and figure out, as you said, that intersection will probably be re-engineered anyway. We'd be wasting our money. So we could do a lot of the downtown, or we could do 1/3 of Merced. So if we gave you that $160,000 and the 22 you have, how many of those potholes would be covered by doing that area of the downtown that we just talked about? I know, that's an unfair question.
Rick,
I mean, would it take care of some of our worst situations?
Rick, real quick, where's the $160,000 coming from now? There's a rabbit in a hat somewhere.
I can tell you in the executive session.
Okay, well, I don't know.
I think, Rick, to address your question, it's a matter it's the difference between rebuilding a roadway and fixing a pothole. So you're probably correct on both, but I can't really answer very clearly on either one at this point. I can take a stab at there's 300 potholes in that. But I don't know.
Okay, so let me put it a different way. Given that, and you and I had this discussion that this would likely happen, and I had it with Marietta in preparing for the new budget, given that potholes are a major concern for the council now, does that, in trying to come up with $224,000 for that map, make as much sense now as it did this afternoon, or should we take the money that we were going to put towards paving 1/3 of Merced and really do permanent patches, try to preserve the roads that we have until we get repaving projects?
Mr. Mayor, Rick, obviously it would make sense to take the money now and put it towards the roadways in the downtown area, as you referred to them. My idea would have been to, and I really hate to say this in front of the council, but would be to take a gamble on going for the map in hopes that we get rejected. Because once we get rejected by NMDOT through that process, we could quite possibly leverage more money through the legislature, which is exactly what happened with Salazar Road. I was able to demonstrate again to them that we had been applying for funding for the past 7 years and we hadn't been considered for anything. Because our project was shovel ready, we were given a grant of $700,000. So it's half of one, and
And I didn't mean to put you on the spot, because you and I discussed this along with Meredith, and we all left that room agreeing on the approach today.
Of course you didn't. So,
Council, I just have a recommendation. Can we table this item until after the executive session?
I have some questions I need clarified too. So.
And you know what? One real quick thing, Mr. Mayor. Had we not had allocated funding already to complete Camino de la Merced? It was only the 1/3, that little portion that was there?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Gonzalez, again, that was a map project that I had submitted the application sometime around 2006. And when it was awarded funding, the award was $189,000 plus the town's match, which only got us, I think it was 450 feet.
Where we got?
To where we got, yes. But the original application was $1.1 million, I believe.
I might say something. The clerk and I are getting a little concerned because the agenda item that we're discussing is local economic development initiative block grant, RFP for vets. And I realize that this is somehow related to that, but I'm just caught in that way.
Off
subject.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Councilman?
I did. If we're going to be voting on anything today, I need a little bit of clarification on monies. And did I hear you right when you said we had already have line items for the fiestas and Mother's Day, Marietta?
I'm actually having Renee check those, and on her side, she didn't see them, so I'm texting one of my girls at the office to make sure. But I was thinking we have a line item with money, and I'm thinking it's $20,000, $21,000, but it's not specifically for the events. It's just in there for the purpose of. So I'm going to double check, and hopefully I'll have that clarification before we finish the meeting.
Okay.
For you.
So then in account 53, it's my understanding we have $82,000. And if we recently set $50,000 aside, then we've got 32 on that?
The 32?
32,000?
No, 32. Just 50, 82, and possibly 21 for those other two events.
Okay, so the 50,000 is a whole separate.
That's all lodger's tax. That's all lodger's tax. And we've reserved that for the special events going on for the anniversary happenings.
Oh, well, that's confusing because 50,000 from lodger's tax when we don't seem to have anything in lodger's tax because of the contract.
No. We approved that at mid-year now, a couple weeks ago. We took that from the reserve and we put it into, I'm going to make it a different department. We used that money to put aside for all these events, the 400, the 100, whatever was discussed at council.
I think that's a motion that Councilor Peralta made.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we recently approved $15,000, I believe it was for Society of Arts and banners and advertising.
That's due. Yes. That's a lodger's tax amount also.
Lodger's tax amount. Okay.
From the reserve.
From the reserve.
From the reserve. Okay. I just wanted to get those numbers down. Okay.
And I'm going to verify the one last one. I should have that clarified.
Rick, did you have something?
No, and if you could just clarify, because my recollection of that was that the money that was in there was for the fiestas we already paid for, not for the one that would occur after July 1st.
Okay. I will go log in and double check.
Okay.
So there's some numbers and stuff. I still recommend that we revisit that or table this item till after.
Okay, well.
I would.
Then I have another question. It sort of throws us back off the subject just a little bit. But if I recall correctly, several months back, it was projections from Marietta that we had already cut money from the upcoming fiscal year for the roads to work on the roads this year. Is that correct, or did I get that wrong? Because I remember making the comment saying, wow, that's not enough money, and we're already cutting from next year's to fix this year's.
No, my recollection is we actually created a budget item for the first time for road maintenance. But what happened is we ran short on a couple of the road projects, so French reprogrammed that money as to fill in for the match. Is that correct?
Yes.
But we didn't reduce the road budget. I mean, there were some line items in the department we shifted around. In fact, we had that discussion today that weren't being. The money didn't go away, like water, sewer. That always stays in the fund. It's just what's programmed to be spent.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Cantu, what Rick just stated is correct. The money was reallocated to meet the match on other projects.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the table temporarily.
Okay. You have a second to that?
So then we have 66.
second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So under the consent agenda, we have the item F that was pulled off, and it's E911 Water Rights Agreement, T15-187, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the approval of agreement number TT15-186 with the County of Taos relating to water rights. Mr. Floyd. Oh, French. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I just have some questions about the agreement. It does not, the way it's written on the water rights side, I kind of understand exactly what the value is of what we're giving the county, or in lieu of money, in order for them to take care of the Spillman purchase. So, there's a $90,000 indication that they need additionally to finish out providing the software and the licensing that the Taos Police Department will use, the jail will use, and the village of Red River, Cuesta, and Ski Valley uses. So I don't understand in there, because they didn't put a value on what we're giving them in water rights. So that they were supposed to pay us for, and that we would then give them back money in order to pay for the Spillman contract. So my question is, can you explain to me the way that thing is written, what it actually means in dollar value?
Well, I'm going to defer to Floyd in French, but first let me say that we didn't write it. Unfortunately, it came from Bob Malone. And in the original agreement that Richard Sanchez came over and worked out with us, there actually was a value that showed what they used, what they carried over, what they needed, and that gave them some room for growth. And then so there's a formula behind it. I am not sure why that was not included in the agreement, but that's the way it was provided to us by.
Well, I'm just trying to see if whether or not what we're giving them back, in a sense of the $90,000. I'm assuming we're covering that $90,000 with that water rights. However, in that $90,000, there's $20,000 for the jail. I don't think we should pay for the jail. So that's why I want to know how much the value is of the water rights that we're giving them is, in order to evaluate the $90,000 additional cost that has been outlined in the agreement and provided in the invoice or the proposal from Spillman.
Mr. Mayor, secondly, on top of that, can I ask why we did not write that? I mean, there are water rights. So why did we not write the language? Why is Bob Malone at the county writing our language?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Peralta and Councilor Gonzalez, Mr. Malone wrote some of the agreement. I wrote other portions of the agreement. This is a long-standing discussion between the county and the town regarding the extended services. If you could look to the exhibit that I recommended that we attach to the agreement, there was an initial price for
hold on, Floyd.
That's not the question. The question is, what is the water rights value that we're giving to the county? I can't tell from the way they I'm assuming Bob Malone jumbled up the description of what they had, what they're getting. I just can't tell from that value in order to put it against what the request is in the Spillman contract. That's what my question is. I know the Spillman contract. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning what is the value of those water rights that we're foregoing?
The value is $81,550.50, and that is the difference on the second page of Exhibit 1 to the contract. The extended amount is $378,730, and then that's for, if you look at page 1, the licenses for the records management, computer-aided dispatch system for 4 law enforcement agencies, the jail, fire, EMS, and additional professional services, minus the $295,218.50, which is the price for the county. And so the contract, the Spillman contract, provides for licenses to the town police, the Taos Ski Valley, the jail, and
Village of Cuesta, I believe.
The Village of Cuesta. And so I think you were there, Council Member Peralta. I may be mistaken, but there was a meeting quite a while ago at the county boardroom. And what the discussion was, and I don't think that the discussion's changed at all, is that they said that they had 5 acre-feet that was attached to the land when they put in the new complex. Their historical use has been an additional 6 acre-feet, I believe, and they wanted 3 additional feet for expansion. And so they needed a total of 9 additional acre-feet. And the discussion was that they would trade, that the town would forego them paying for those additional 9 acre-feet in lieu of the county agreeing to pay the additional expense for the extended licenses.
So that was a long way around. So what was that total cost? $81,000?
$81,550.60 is the difference between the two.
So that's
Mr. Mayor, if I could. So what was the value per acre foot?
Well, if you would take...
and why would it be less than our normal market of 10,000 acre foot?
Well, I don't know, it might be more, because if you take the $81,550 and
it's only 9,000 acre foot.
Price per acre, yeah, it'd be approximately that.
So if we're only getting $81,000, why are we paying $10,000 of the cost for the jail on the contract, Spillman contract? And secondly, there's no definition or no separation of Cuesta or the Ski Valley as to what the cost for their licensing is. So how much am I paying for their licensing?
I did not negotiate this agreement. I assisted in the drafting of the agreement pursuant to what I understood was the agreement that was reached some time ago at that meeting that I earlier referred to. I think that it came up to 9 acre feet is because it got rounded up from 8.16 whatever it was to 9. But I'm not agreeing by drafting a portion of the agreement that the market rate in Taos is $10,000 per acre foot, or less than $10,000 per acre foot, or more than $10,000 an acre foot. And I think that we need to be careful to do that, because we have a pending case where the price is important. And this is a paper transfer, basically. And if we're going to go to the dollars and cents, then it's not following what I understood was the discussion and the agreement that was reached between the town and the county with respect to the Spillman license. And so that's all I can say in answer to that.
Mr. Mayor, that leads me to my question. I'm sorry, Councilor Peralta.
Well, let me finish my question here, because in order for me to understand what I'm gifting the county again, it would be nice to know what the value is. And I'm just saying, and that should be in the agreement, that we are foregoing a value of $81,000 or $90,000 in order to assist the county in paying for these licensing agreements that is necessary in order to complete the process of using Spillman, which is not necessarily where I would like to go anyway, but that's neither here nor there. But my concern is that I really would like to understand the support that we're giving to the county and to the other municipalities in this agreement, because what we're doing is we're paying for those licensing agreements for Cuesta and Ski Valley, along with our own and the jail.
Correct.
And, you know, you're asking myself and the other council members here to agree to that. And I'm not saying you, okay?
Right, I understand.
I'm just using the word you.
This is the way.
And that means, I'm looking at it as meaning that the county and staff here at the town or whatever is asking for us to agree to this, and all I'm trying to put a value to what is asked of me to do that. That's all I'm asking for right now. Decision as to whether I want to do that or not is another question, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to understand what it is that we are giving to the county in order for them to complete this Spellman installation that we have to use because that's what they wanted to use. So it's not one of those mutual agreements in the sense that we agreed from the very beginning to use Spillman. We didn't. But they decided that's what they're going to use, and we got pushed into it because they took over the situation.
Well, my and I wasn't involved in it at all, but my impression is that there was a joint powers agreement that was entered into between the town and the county, and
did not specify Spillman,
the licensor. So I can't say and I can't say these are hard costs either. I do know that the contract with Advanced Communications, actually, not with Spillman, but they are the contractor for Spillman, is what I just told you. It's extended services. It's paragraph 3E of the contract, and it says $81,550.50. That's what it is. But that contract does not say town fire. It says town police. This RFP says town. And so I don't know how that's going to get resolved, just to bring it to your attention. I had a discussion both with the chief of police and I believe I had one with the fire chief. And it sounds like the fire department, and the fire chief is here, could certainly correct me if I'm wrong, isn't going to use Spillman. And somehow there's going to be some other communication in between there. Included in this is on page... on the second page of the exhibit, the second line is data conversion service, which is $10,000, and that's to convert it from Sleuth to get the data across from our existing into the Spillman. And that well may be more than, depending on what. There is a concern, I believe, of the agencies, and that's and that's at least of the sheriff's department and the town police department, about how that's going to be implemented. And so there may be additional cost to that. Who's going to pay for that is not necessarily worked out in this agreement, too. So I bring that to your attention.
Councilman Peralta, I'm going to talk out of the other side of my mouth because I was a commissioner, but I'll let Councilor Gonzalez go first, and because for me, I know where it came from now. I'm just remembering.
For me, Mayor, I don't like it at all. I don't like the fact that the county drafted the agreement on our behalf for our water rights, dictating basically what they're willing to give us or what we're going to give to them. I mean, I think we should have been the institutors of this document, period. And my concern is that my belief is that this has already gone before the county commission.
It has gone before the county commission. I will tell you that I think it's a well-drafted agreement. I hope that if I had drafted it, that it would look exactly like this, because I think accurately reflects what I understood was the what emerged as a result of the discussions between the town and the county.
Why did you not draft it?
Well, I drafted lots of it. I drafted paragraphs 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, and 5 of it, and attached the exhibit to it.
To include the 81, 550, 60, which puts us about $9,000 an acre?
Well, as I said, I think they rounded up the 8.16855 to 9 acre feet.
So we're 92.50 an acre?
I haven't done the math, no, because I was told that was not the important issue in this agreement because it was a paper transfer.
Well, I think it is.
Under the JPA.
I think it is,
issue.
Floyd, just because of the fact that we are in litigation, or not litigation, but we are in.
Oh, I understand.
Trying to do this as an entity to gain water rights and.
And when these discussions were held and an agreement in principle was reached, that was not where the town was at that point. We had no issue to which you just referred. So that was a change in landscape.
I could clarify.
I was just going to let me see if I can do it, Rick. Okay, what happened is the county has no need for CAD, is it? And it's a system that is going to, that the town really wanted. The town wanted it because that's the system that is compatible to the town. And the town basically say, is that correct, Chief?
No.
No? No? Okay, I'm sorry. That's what I remember from the county's end of it.
Okay, while the Chief's coming up here, let me just say, there's no breaking out what is the town's cost versus what is other than the $10,000 for the conversion of data, which is exclusive to the Sleuth data being transferred to Spielman. The extended agency agreement is the extension of a license that, and unfortunately that isn't attached, that licenses the county to extend its software to the other parties to the agreement. So there's one price whether we had one town, 2 towns, 3 towns, and the cost of putting that in place is distributed across here. What they did, it seems to me, is originally we were willing to do the $100,000 because they thought it would be, that's what they needed. They cut back on that by getting Spielman to agree to how they licensed it. And then they backed in to that price at the $81,000 on the agreement, and that's why it doesn't come out to the $10,000 per. But this is, again, to be cautious here, this is not real water rights. This is the fee they pay to the town for hooking up in the system, and if they don't have water rights in reserve, they're transferring to us.
And it may be, in addition to that, it may be that they never use the other 3 acre feet. Their historical use is 6 acre feet, so we might be getting it, for $60,000 basically. I mean, it's math, which has never been my strong suit. But I had nothing to do really with the. This is the original discussion. I think you were there, Councilmember Peralta, and I don't think, it's my understanding, it hasn't changed since day one. So.
The original discussion was whether or not the original 25 acre feet we were asking for them to buy should be reduced. And the county said, well, we're not using that much, so we don't need that much. And according to our plan, said that if you do this much building, you're required to do this much water rights, okay? And under usage, because they never paid us for them, in 3 years of use, they never paid us. So, but the actual consumption showed that those numbers we were totally off on. And so the negotiation was down to a smaller figure, and this is the figure. It doesn't change the value of those rights, because everybody who uses our water rights that pays us for the use of those water rights pays that same fee. And that, I'm just saying is that so that value should have been put in there, and that because you put in the $90,000 that the county is going to spend, but it almost looks like the county is going to spend more than what we're giving them. Well, it's not true. And all I'm trying to say is that I should be given an equal opportunity to say what I'm putting into this game and who I'm helping by putting this into this game, because that $100,000 could very easily be used for something else. But yet it's costing us to switch our system from Sleuth to Spillman. And it's not just a $10,000 transfer, it's all these other additional costs because it's additional licensing from what was originally negotiated with the county for their side of it. And so all I'm asking for at this point is tell me what I'm doing. And I realize that you don't have that information, and I'm basically asking Advanced Systems to do it and the county to tell me exactly what am I buying for giving you the use of these water rights.
I think what we're doing is we're trading
I understand what we're trading.
Paying for the cash for the extended services in return for our allowing them up to basically 9-acre, additional 9-acre feet for the complex. But I think if a push came to shove, then they would say, no, our additional need is $60,000, and so we will pay you $60,000, and you give us $81,000 plus whatever else is going to require for the thing. And so
that's provided I agree to buy into Spillman.
Well, it's kind of late for that now since it's already. So we're just going to cancel the joint powers agreement and stay with Sleuth?
No, Mr. Mayor, if I could get the chief.
Okay,
Chief, can you come up?
The chief here.
Especially as chair of the JPA.
Good morning, sir. Morning, members of the council.
Chief, sir, how far along is this? Are we through Spillman? I mean, if they're asking for money now, I guess we haven't bought it yet. And what does the JPA feel towards Spillman? Because I'm looking at it from a standpoint of you telling us with regards to what we could upgrade and do everything that we could do with Sleuth, we'd save a hell of a lot of money. And not just we, I'm talking taxpayers.
Yes, sir. I think a while ago, I just kind of acknowledged that this is the direction that we were going to go collectively. And so now I'm just trying to be, all of us are trying to be the best team players that we can and really make the implementation work. As with any new system, there are going to be issues that come along. And the latest issue was over the data transfer. And the sheriff and I both brought forward our concerns about that. And we kind of inadvertently put the installation off for a couple months. And so now the Advanced Communication and Spillman are trying to figure out the solution in order to transfer the data from the police department and also the two different record management systems from the sheriff's department. So to be perfectly honest with you, I can't give you a real specific answer as to where we're at in the implementation. Also know that the director, Ms. Bishop, resigned today, and so I don't know how that's going to change this at all. So we're actually having the board is actually going to meet tomorrow in the afternoon, and we're going to try to do the very best of our ability to put forward our joint concerns and see if we can get those answered and kind of get a better handle on where we're at right now.
Counselor, if you need more questions, we can table this item and send Floyd back. And I know that it was an agreement, I think, that came long before some of the council sat here, and it was an agreed upon thing. I was at the county at that time, and I think we had a sit down, and this was the agreement that was.
The Spillman agreement, Mr. Mayor, happened after the new administration took office, or the pledge for it, because of the fact that the administration had already made the decision to move to the new county complex, and with it was the integration of the software. So I would definitely move that we table until maybe the chief has his meeting with the other players at the JPA, so that we can get a true assessment and a quantitative answer from the JPA, because they're the ones that are going to end up staying stuck with it, not me.
Yeah, so if it's okay with the council, when I get... Yes, sir?
There's a motion on the floor to table. It's not discussable unless it isn't seconded.
I will be quiet, sir.
We have a motion then to table?
Yes.
We have a second? No second? So, Chief?
If it's acceptable to the council, when we get done with the board meeting, I'll talk to Mr. Bellis and I'll communicate to him where the board is at in this conversation.
What is the wishes of the council?
So move to table until the chief gets us a report back on what the pleasure of the JPA is.
We have a second to that motion. Again, Lilac.
Second.
Oh, second. We have a second to that. Call for the vote.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion? Was it Councilmember Peralta? Okay. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
No.
Okay. So then we'll go to...
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Chief.
you, Chief. You probably got a text from the town manager of what they're doing right now. I know I did. So, county manager, excuse me, I said town. So, okay, I'll go to item A, finance update.
I'm going to move on to the next item, Mr. Mayor, if Marietta's not ready.
Let me just see real quick. Because now we lost
Mayor,
our...
I ask that we go to that order of business 10B.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the agenda to 10B.
Second.
We have a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han? Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
So we have, go on to item B, Resolution 1511, authorizing submission of CDBG planning grant application. Ms. Linda?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Manager Bellis. Actually, I should say good evening. So what you have before you is just a resolution authorizing the submission of the CDBG planning grant application, which you approved at the last council meeting. The project is going to be for a master plan for the parks. This is part of the CDBG application to have a written formal resolution. Of note, we do say within the resolution that we are asking for $50,000 and a match of $5,000 that will come from the Community Grants Fund. And it is the recommendation from staff for approval.
Council?
Move for approval.
Second. Motion to approve and a second. And a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go under. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Mr. Perovich, is there something special that we can take care of so you don't have to sit here all night?
No, that's the right phone. Thank you.
Okay. So go ahead and go under item C, contract TT 15115, contract order G, amendment 1, consideration possible approval of amendment 1 to contract TT 15115, task order G with Armstrong Consultants. Mr. French.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. This is an amendment to, again, contract TT 11115 with Armstrong Engineering. And basically what it's for is for the quality testing and assurance for the construction of the airport. We attempted to procure this out of Public Works, and we're not able to, and so now we wanted to change order it back into Armstrong's contract and allow them to manage the actual contract and the testing of. And again, it is in the amount of $67,512, and that is inclusive of GRT.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. There was a bid process that was followed, and 3 bids were received and opened, and this is the low bid.
Councilman Peralta.
2 questions. First one is, does this qualify for FAA and state funding to pay for the 95% of it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Peralta, yes, on the agenda sheet, under the background, it does break down the contributions there.
So does this have to be approved by them before we make the amendment, or have they already approved it?
No, they have not already approved it. It kind of works backwards from the procurement that we're used to. We submit it to them after the governing body has approved it. Then they will approve it and release the money that is requested.
Okay. Then my second question is, since they are the engineers on this project, should they be the quality assurance? Isn't that kind of like the fox in the hen house?
It kind of is, and they are the quality assurance. They do have 1, if not 2, representatives out on site, and this is an independent lab that would be doing the testing, which in turn would be approved, accepted, or denied by the engineer of record. So basically, if they don't like the way one of the test results came up as they were doing it, they would ask the firm to retest or instruct the contractor to do put in additional effort.
But if that independent firm is attached by contract to the engineer who designed it and who's on site, that's where I'm asking the question.
Conflict of interest. It could come across that way, and again, that's...
Shouldn't they have been excluded from actually bidding?
No, they're... Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Peralta, I'm sorry. What Armstrong Engineering did was they went out for bid for these services. They're not the company that's doing the actual
I understand that, but isn't that because they're contracting with Armstrong? It's like, let me get my guy in there to do this.
Yes, and the only thing I can say is again, they went out to bid and they went with the low bid. I think Floyd had an opportunity to review this. I don't know if he has any additional information to share on that.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there's an arm's length transaction here, because, I've seen in past where sometimes these relationships, 5 years down the road, we find out that things weren't really tested the way they were supposed to.
Right.
Or, we've had issues with things falling apart because they didn't get the proper results or they didn't do the testing they were supposed to do.
Right. Floyd.
So, Brandon's not here? Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's my understanding that somehow this got left out of the procurement with relation to the airport. And so I don't believe that Armstrong is going to do actually the quality assurance testing. I think that they have a lab, and I know the lab showed up to the airport meeting, and I think those are the people who are going to do it. And I think they've been approved, as I understand it, by FAA. What happened is I wasn't here when the original contract was signed or when the contract with Armstrong was signed, but I think it was, and maybe, I don't know if Marietta has any familiarity with this, but it was something that was it got left out of the procurement. It didn't get...
Floyd, though, let me refine my question there for you.
Why don't you sit here?
It's not a question of being left out or not. The question I have, and French indicated that FAA hasn't approved this yet until we approve it. My concern is that having Armstrong going out to hire this firm to do testing on their product, isn't that a conflict of interest? Shouldn't we have gone out independently and hired a testing company to do the testing for us and FAA? That's my question. And so I think French is asking you, do you feel that this is independent enough not to look like there could be
I do.
So that this would be a really arm's length transaction that would secure us that the testing is done properly?
Now I understand your question, I believe. The inspector at the airport is an Armstrong employee. They're the ones that are on site every day, and they check out the contractor's performance and actually write weekly reports, one of which we just received this morning, which ended as of last Tuesday, I believe, or as of today. And so the quality assurance, the inspection is done by Armstrong, and the quality insurance folks are people, as I understand, have been approved by the FAA. Armstrong's contract was not only to design the airport, but it's to oversee the construction, and this is part of that. So I don't think there's any conflict at all concerning that, because that's their job, is to oversee the construction.
Well, normally you have the person doing this testing is to be independent of them, to ensure that what they're doing and they're approving meets the standard.
And the test results are by an independent agency, I forget their name, AMAC, and the results are given not only to Armstrong and to the contractor, but to FAA as well. So I don't think there's any conflict there.
All right. That answers my question. Thank you.
So any further comment, question? If not, what is the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of amendment number 1, but I ask that in the amendment that we show the breakdown of cost to the 3 entities that will be paying for this: town, FAA, and the state, like we'd normally do with any contract we have at the airport.
Okay. Do we have a second to that?
Second.
Any further discussion?
That's good to know.
Hearing none, call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
So, thank you, French.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Community Against Violence Contract Amendment. Linda? I had Floyd on here, but
Oh, you do? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I messed up.
I don't know who was going to present it.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, I'm happy to do this. Mayor, Council, Manager Bellis, at the February 2nd meeting, you approved a mid-year budget adjustment to increase funding to Community Against Violence from $2,400 to $20,000. The issue that's before you is to amend the local community service block grant contract that we have that states $2,400 and to amend it to $20,000.
Move approval.
You should.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second.
Second.
Further discussion? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes, good job, Linda.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So go back up. We did amend our agenda to the financial update of the monthly financial report for the period ending January 31st.
Mr. Mayor, council members, town manager, I apologize, I'm back. January's financial report, I think you have it in front of you, I hope. Our gross receipts tax distribution, this was for November's activity. January's distribution was up 8.92%. Category increases were in retail trade, 31,000, equal to 11%, and professional, scientific, and technical services at 13,304, or 52%. The most significant decreases in the categorical classifications was in construction at 6,500, or 15%, and accommodation and food services at 3,200. Year to date through January's distribution, the rate was up 1.63% using last year's numbers, and then overall general fund revenues are up 0.12 from last year. We did receive February's. I didn't get that out in time to you, just getting the report ready. But we did receive February's a few days, probably last week. It's attached to your report. That's one of our biggest distribution months and activity for December, and we were down actually 3.4% from same period last time. So right now, just keeping with the original projections I have through the end of the year, even with that decrease. So, and you can see the February reports behind. So we're really just focusing on January, but I already had February's activity. Expenditures for the month of January, just a notable department when it exceeds like 30% of their department budget at a certain point. I pull out things to see what was going on there. Executive, last year at this time, we had the portion of a marketing contract in the executive's budget line item, and we made an $80,000 expenditure at that time. So this moved their comparison up from last year to this year by quite a bit. So that was just what it is. We no longer have that in ours in general fund at all, but just a comparison. Also, most of the departments are looking good. We did my second page. Figures do reflect the $212,000 mid-year budget adjustment that we did make in February because it's already been done. It's projected. I know what it is. So I just recorded those figures on the January's report. And our reserves stay the same. Keep our 112 with additional 37 days. That didn't move anywhere because we used up all our additional funds that we had at mid-year. Capital projects for the month of January spent $9,300 on the Dectron unit, the Youth and Family Center, or the swimming pool, I should say, $8,700 in engineering services for the air filtration units at the fire department, just getting some of these engineering services paid, and then purchased a snowplow, a couple of snowplows for the Parks Division, one out of the one-time cost, and then also some tires. So our year-to-date on all capital projects is $1.2 million, $1,293,000. Only 4% of our budget spent at this time. We do have some open purchase orders in the amount of $2.4 million. And other than that, just debt service payments running, nothing due now in February. We have some water sewer debt service due in March, and then April, May, and June, all of those will have a few different ones. So that's just general fund overall. Second page just shows our revenues. So we're at year-to-date revenues, total general fund $6,385,000. Net transfers out of $105,000. You can see I've reflected the transfers going out for the mid-year budget adjustments that were made, the $50,000 to the facilities, and I'm in the middle of the page here. $11,241 to capital, and also a little bit more into the one-time cost of to move that up from $315,000 to $318,000. Expenditures is $5,506,687 with an ending balance right now of $3,254,197 in general fund.
Councilman Peralta, you had a question?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Marietta, could I ask for another column?
Sure.
I would like to have an accrual budget. So in other words, when you present the actual figures in cash, you give it to us against an annual budget. And I'd like to have a budget for, if that's 7 months of the year, what that would be. In other words, you take each month and break it down evenly. Take your 12 months and break it down into 12 sections and then add each section each month. So if we were spending each month exactly the same amount, we would know against budget where we are cash-wise. In other words, are we up above budget for 6 months, or are we below budget for 6 months?
Sure, because I just show it in a total, and I do
Correct.
have that lengthy monthly report.
That's another question. I'd like to have you send me, as you used to, the long line.
Long one? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
But I would just like to see for the council to look at it and say, for the budget we budgeted for the first 7 months, accrual-wise, is X against the annual budget total, and what we've spent and brought in income is Y. And the reason for that is because there's certain times of the year that you're going to be way over budget on your revenues as compared to expenditures or the budget, because the summer months are going to be better than the winter months, and so you're going to show that you're up, and then as you go down to the end of the year, you'll even out. But it's nice to look at that to see sometimes that 37 days extra might look good today, but a month from now it may not look so good because we had to use that money up to take care of our budget. So that's the reason I like to look at an accrual budget and then against the cash budget.
Okay. I'll reformat and get that different way, just because it's sort of crammed in there all together right now, so just reformat it and look at it and see. And we'll send you the other one, the long one that I had been sending to you. I just got away from doing a PDF and sending it, so I'll do that, and to Rick too. I give that too. And if anybody else is interested, other council members, I'll send it once, what I've been sending to these two, and if you want to continue receiving that, that's fine too. So I'll do that.
Thank you.
Other than that, special revenue funds are nothing really. I think in my last report, I was actually reporting the prior on the parking meter revenues. Our year-to-date actually increases 33% from last year at this time, and I was reporting actually the percent of the budget in that one, so I corrected that one. And then the landfill revenues are up 17%, and tonnage is still down, but we met with the landfill board meeting. I'm going to try to get with, I actually stopped by his office, Leandro, to do some analysis instead of having to probably pay a consultant, things that the two of us could do together. Other than that, visitor center is doing good. Public transportation is bringing in their revenues on a good regular schedule now. So we have the cash flow in there. Working on the fund balance with communications, I think we're going to be setting up a meeting, a couple council members, myself and Rick and County, to go over that fund balance that we have and see what we're going to do on that. Other than that, we did do our last increase for water and sewer for the 5th year based on the rate study that went effect now that you've received your bill in February. And that will be the last year. Other than now, it'll just be the CPI going year after year after this. So this completes our 5-year rate study, and Councilmember Hahn's looking at me like, so I know his beef. That's what he calls it. And other than that, just running through. looks good. Other than the GRT for December, for February, but December's activity. I'm just going to go real quick through that classification on December's, because that is one of our biggest activity months, and a lot of it is on accommodation and food services again. And I think also I think our retail trade is up. The retail trade was up, and the accommodation and food services were down, and also the food distribution. The food distribution was down quite a bit in December. So you probably have an explanation for that, because I don't know.
A little bit. Councilor Gonzalez.
I yield to you if you have a question.
Marita, real quick, on the fund balance transfer for E911 that you're supposed to sit down with the county, what are the reservations, holdups? Can you tell me what's going on with that fund? Because now I'm getting pressure from commissioners to move on that.
So we have a discrepancy of we in the town. The county did not pay us for 2 months, November and December. We let them keep that, so they had a cash flow going there. It's pretty much the lease agreement that we're paying to Kit Carson, not the utilities, but the lease agreement that we're paying, that we paid for the first 6 months. They want to wipe that away. We have some liabilities. I just got an unemployment claim for over $4,000 for the last quarter. I think that's an issue with the county that they'll hold off an amount, and that those liability claims for unemployment are our responsibility because it was our administration. I'm just saying things that I've discussed with Leandro at the county, myself and him, of what he's doing. He's the one that actually sent the mayor and Rick and myself a memo, which they didn't get. I was the only one that had it, so another miscommunication there.
Does that unemployment liability claim fall solely on the town? I mean, don't we pay an unemployment liability portion monthly that matches the employees?
What we do is we expense the budgets that they come out of. So if they're different funds, general fund is in charge of all general fund, water sewer is in charge of water sewer, and communications or any other fund is in charge of their people. So general fund doesn't pay for water sewer. We separate them according to the responsibility of the fund itself.
That includes unemployment insurance?
Unemployment insurance. Yes. So we have a prepayment penalty, a prepayment plan, and after the end of the quarter comes through, whoever's collected unemployment and say it's general, water, sewer, or communications, then I go back and I expense it to the fund that is required. I pay it all of general at the beginning, but then I go back and expense it to where it should be. If we get a refund, it works the same way. I give them back the refund.
Now I'm assuming that their claim on November, December is them not wanting to pay because they're saying that we were already occupying the building at that point, or the JPA was already occupying the building. Am I wrong with that?
No, I don't. I think it's a matter of interpretation of what they're taking away, what we're giving. They didn't give us the money, but they kept it over there. So it's another thing looking at what their fund balance also is. Because we put all our money in. I put all my money in through the end of December. So it's a basis of looking at that also. I contributed my 6 months. They didn't, but they said they had to buy purchases to start up and that kind of stuff. So it just needs to be a group discussion so we're all on the same page and why we're not doing it, why they think they should just take my $95,000 that I have right now. There's some outstanding expenditures that CenturyLink, that's not from the first move, it's from cutting over the lines. There's some outstanding bills that somebody incurred or did not pay. So there's several issues on the table that need to be discussed, and not mainly with me and Leandro. We're the ones that are having the discussion, or he's having the discussion with me, and I'm writing the notes and saying, okay, well, whoever said this is what they said. So there's probably the two managers and council member and a commissioner, I would take it, and him and I. So
Who's the council member that's engaging in that discussion right now?
I think we haven't set that up, but no, we have not set that up. I think it will be Councilmember Peralta.
Yeah. So, okay, either way, the final decision will come back to council for approval, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Yes, it has
both
to.
boards.
I've made an effort to, the Joint Powers Agreement has not been approved by DFA, but I've made an effort. I've already paid our portion, the town's portion, to have the cash flow there. I've already paid them for January and February. I mean, these are not services that aren't going to be received after the month. It's government to government, so I'm on demand. So I'm making the payment the first week of the month instead of waiting a whole month like they were doing and paying us at the end of the next month. So I already gave him 2 checks for January and February, and hand delivered those to have that cash flow going, because I understand the need of it, but the fund balance does need to be discussed in a meeting.
Okay.
That came out of my report, and I think I put that. So that's said, I guess.
Thank you.
Stand for any other questions?
Not on that. No. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the only thing I was going to say is that I think that Tax and Rev is probably didn't do all their book work for the food distribution and the medical distribution, so we'll probably get a credit or a correction next month. If you look at the total without that, we had a $44,400 increase, which is 5.4%. And the food and medical distribution usually follows pretty close to that in the previous months. So I'm just saying it's either somebody didn't turn in their reports or someplace they misplaced them, but I got a feeling that we'll get a correction in March.
And I can give them a call. They can't tell me what, but they can't tell me who, but they could tell me maybe what. So I'll give them a call on that, because I couldn't pinpoint it.
With the price of gas, I think people are buying more food than they were gasoline, so we should see a typical increase like we did with the rest of the revenue sources.
And granted, with the gasoline too, I expected it to go down. It's not going down. It's keeping steady. Maybe slightly, but not. So people are actually filling up and going, obviously, to compensate for it. I don't know, but I thought it was going to drop, but it hasn't dropped that much.
Well, and that's typically the case, I think, with almost anything. Solar power doesn't necessarily mean it's going to put a decrease in solar or power usage.
Yeah, so.
Only constitutes a waste.
Yeah. So.
I can use more. I got more.
Yep. Then I'll pay for it as much.
Sure.
Thank you,
right.
Marietta. Thank you very much.
Oh.
We'll come back to that.
Okay.
So, town manager's report. Mr. Bellis, did you have anything?
Mr. Mayor, no matters for business other than I did want to thank the chief and the other law enforcement officers that participated. The chief had put together representatives of all the law enforcement agencies, including Pueblo County, and it was pretty impressive. And he had 3 nights of community meetings. And they exercised great patience at times, but I think that he deserves a lot of credit, and it's very clear that with the new sheriff at the county that there's a really good working relationship. I also want to congratulate him on that. There were a number of incidents going back to the armed holdup at the park and some other pursuits, and the police department has been pretty on the spot in catching people, if not that evening, within 24, 48 hours. So those crimes are getting resolved quickly, and hopefully the people feel a little more comfortable that there aren't people walking around on the street doing this stuff. So thank you very much, Chief. I really appreciate that.
So matters and reports from the mayor. I just want to commend our staff. We have some wonderful people working for us. We continue to move forward, and they're really taking direction well. Marietta, thank you for stepping up to the plate. You guys continue to be overworked, and we thank you guys to when we need something, you bring it. Again, we just have wonderful staff. Chief, both chiefs in the room. Thank you guys. thank the people working under you. We continue to want a better community. Chief Weaver, there was some concern about possibly, the old camera system or whatever on the plaza. You don't have to address it today. I just wanted something maybe on an agenda item next time. Let us know what happened to it. Was it ever working? Did it never work? Was it ever recorded? Anything that you can give to us, we just like to know. And if so, is it a recommendation from you guys to have a camera there? And if so, how much would it cost? Okay. Thank you. Matters and reports from council. We can start at Councilor Cantu. Do you have anything?
Well, you just asked Chief Weaver about one of the questions I was going to ask about, and that's about the cameras on the plaza. It was my understanding, a conversation many, many moons ago when I had with Ruben Martinez. He said that the cameras were working when he had left. For safety reasons, I know for the second time, glue was put in Ronnie Malenga's locks at her shop, which was a very costly thing. And for safety reasons, I really think it's really, really important. And for tourists and merchants, safety reasons. The other thing I wanted to address was the lights that we turned off, because I just wanted the public to know that there is a town code 15.28.040.G. Seasonal decorations with individual lights in place no longer than 60 days, which we put them up at the beginning of December, so they did need to be turned off. But perhaps next year we can address that again. Maybe people would want to sponsor the lights. I was wondering if we might have a breakdown of the electric bill to see what kind of impact having the lights turned on would be, and going with the figures that you can come up with, if people want to sponsor them. But of course we'd probably have to amend the town code on that. But something we can look into.
And Mr. Bellis, you might want to look into if it's addressed. I know that a lot of communities run them year round, and find out how they do it, and see if under their code, if it's a lot different than ours.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just on that issue, I think the issue there is more that we don't have enough light on the plaza, regardless of whether they're holiday lights or not. We need more light, and I think as part of the downtown master plan, we should look at how we address that, because there may need to be lighting on the portals, not under the portals, but on the portals facing the street, and besides on the park itself, as a way to create more light and make it much more enjoyable at night. And it doesn't necessarily, I think that one of the things that the holiday lights did is it gave more light and more visibility to the plaza at night. And I think that's important, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that way, to where that becomes the norm rather than a festival sort of thing. So, but that's just my thought at the moment.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, that's a great idea, and we could do landscaping lighting too, that a lot of people do them up the trees or down the trees onto the plaza, so it lights the walkways but doesn't light up, doesn't become intrusive up there too. So we'll look into that. Thank you.
Councilor Gonzalez. Councilor Cantu, do you have anything else? That was it.
No, I just really wanted to address the lights in the plaza.
Councilor Gonzalez. Yeah.
So I had a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. I had some information given to me that our former emergency communications director was still living at the town of Taos housing, which I believe that's a violation of anti-donation in and of itself, being that she was no longer an employee as of December 31st. I know when Chief Koch resigned his position and moved out, I think he was given a 96-hour notice or something like that to vacate, or he could pay fair market value for the property. But I mean, as we're hovering over these issues with anti-donation, I mean, these are all things that are concerning to me. I wish that would have been brought before council, or at least been addressed immediately once she became a county employee. Secondly, Rick, Kit Carson Electric still has not received a letter for the street lighting with regards to engagement of the engineering to do the study that was addressed, I believe, at 2 council meetings ago, because I wasn't at the last one. And then, Chief, this one's for you. Again, while he's walking up, I've been approached by some of the hunting clubs within Taos, which have asked that if they can create a schedule and either pay a fee to utilize the shooting range, so it's in a controlled environment during hunting season, so they're not out on either public lands firing off weapons, high caliber weapons that could possibly strike somebody, or that's where, if it's anti-donation, at least we'd be able to charge. I mean, I don't know if you can create an assessment as to what that would cost, give it between the months, maybe a month before hunting season, and allow hunters to sight in their rifles on our shooting range. I think it's a way better, more controlled way of doing it, as opposed to sending them out into an open field where people are hiking. And as we get into this area of the Rio Grande del Norte, which now encompasses a good portion of Taos, that they're not on basically a national monument sighting in rifles. So I don't know if that's something we can look at.
Certainly could look at it, because there are no, the closest shooting range I really know of is
Albuquerque, I think, or Santa Fe, maybe Santa Fe.
Santa Fe has one.
Yeah.
Oh, and the NRCA, which is out in Walsenburg.
In Raton, yeah. Absolutely. We can take a look at it.
So if you could just look into that. I mean, it's not anything imminent right now, but I think it'd be, as long as somebody's there to, even if we staff an officer with regards to that's how we pay for them to be out there, to pick up their brass and whatnot, but still, I think it's a more controlled environment than having them out just in some field.
Certainly safer.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And we did have one at one time that was out on TP, a shooting range.
Yeah.
And it closed down. So.
That's it.
We used to let the shooting clubs use our range at the landfill.
Isn't there a shooting range up there on U.S. Hill? I've been up there too. It's locked gates now.
That just Forest Service land. People just go up there and shoot. Councilman Peralta, you have anything?
Mr. Mayor, I have 2 things. One is that, and I asked for this before some time ago, and I don't know what happened to it, but we need to get a report from the TCA. We should be getting an annual report from them because they run that facility for us. And secondly, because we have a liquor license over there that they use as a means for creating revenues in order to run that. And as part of the anti-donation clause, we need to look at that to make sure that they're not generating more income than what it's costing them to run it. Because if they are, then we need to get some benefit of that as part of it. So it's kind of falling under the umbrella of everything else we're talking about, but we need to do that. The second thing is that yesterday, being at the legislature, we got the lodger's tax audit bill out of corporations with a no recommendation. There were some questions that members of the committee had, and we're going to fix those now as it goes to judiciary. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, the same bill will be heard in Government and Urban Affairs Committee on the House side at 8:30 in the morning. And then when that's over with, which they normally go to the floor about 10:30, and they're pretty adamant about getting to the floor by 10:30, regardless of what's happening. So that'll get me to the municipal league meeting at 10 o'clock. So, but just to let you know, that's what's going on. And the legislature's not moving very fast, and they're being obnoxious about a lot of things. So when you're over there visiting tomorrow, if you have an opportunity to visit our legislators and other members of the legislature, they'll be very cordial with you. But if you get an opportunity to get into some of the committee hearings, don't be surprised at how business is conducted.
Councilor Hahn?
Or not conducted.
Yeah.
Nothing, sir.
And again, I did have the opportunity to be in Santa Fe a couple of times, and again, everybody's kind of has their arms around certain pots, and hopefully we can, bring something home to to our community. A couple of things that and probably won't go anywhere, but the possibility of that home harmless bill, we need to really pay attention to it because it could have an impact on us. I know I sat with a number of people, and including Councilor Peralta, and there is some possibility that it could affect us if the county enacts a certain percentage of that, and it could make our GRT go up to 9.25. So
9.5.
9.5.
8.5. I'm sorry. 8.5.
Yeah. So well, I can't remember exactly. So again, something to track if you're out there. And, any opportunity you get to speak to our people, great to just let them know that you're concerned, and we're rooting for them and a good job they're doing. The Abeta settlement is also one of those things that needs to be funded this year, and I know the tribe is looking to make sure that that's funded. So if nothing else, we have next on our agenda is executive session, water rights, executive and public session information, idle action items, discussion and consideration possible decision of two matters regarding the purchase, acquisition, or disposition of water rights. These items may be discussed in closed session under Open Meeting Act Exception 1015(1)(HA), which allows for discussion of purchase, acquisition, or disposition of water rights. We have a motion to go into executive session.
Move to approve.
We have a second to go into executive session. Second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Come back into regular session, out of executive. We have a motion. We have a second. Call for the vote.
That's you, Chief.
Councilmember Cantu? Yes. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Maybe.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Let me do that. I keep asking. They won't let me.
Mr. Floyd, we get a report of what went on in executive.
Yes, the mayor and council went into executive session to discuss two matters. For the discussion, consideration, and possible decision of two matters regarding the purchase, acquisition, disposition of water rights. These items may be discussed in closed session under Open Meetings Act Exemption Section 1015(1)(H8, which allows for the discussion of purchase, acquisition, or disposition of water rights. No action was taken, and there were no other matters discussed.
I have a motion to accept the town attorney's report.
So move.
Second.
And a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu? Yes. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
And Councilmember Han?
Yes.
And council, what's the wishes?
Move for approval. Of
Mr. Lopez, you want to kind of...
why don't you curtail that, Mr. Lopez?
What we had discussed is the motion to approve the two leases of water rights for the acquisition of, for one was for a 1-year period and the other was for a 2-year period.
So we have a motion to that effect.
For the airport well.
Correct.
We have a motion then?
That's my motion.
That's your motion. And then a second? We have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Councilmember Cantu? Yes. Councilmember Gonzalez?
C.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Han?
Yes.
Councilors, we have a motion to adjourn.
We have one item.
I'm sorry.
Tabled item.
I thought we had two.
He asked for a motion. I made a motion.
Yeah.
Any seconds?
Mr. Ballas, we had an item that was tabled. That item was
9B.
9B.
Correct.
We have a motion to bring that back on the table.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
We have a second to that.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
There can still be discussion on that motion.
Yeah, we'll just bring it back on the table, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Councilmember Peralta?
No.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
No.
Councilmember Cantu?
Okay. So we have a motion to.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to take item 9F off the table for further discussion. So move.
Second.
And a second. Okay. Call for the vote. Oh, you call for the vote. We can have discussion.
Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to approve the agreement with the county, provided with some conditions. And one of those is that there be a determination as to the value of the water rights that the town is providing to the county, and that there be an accounting of the Spillman contract, a breakdown of cost per municipality that we are basically paying for by the foregoing of a payment of those water rights, and also a timetable of implementation of the Spillman software and a conversion of our current system to Spillman, and if there is going to be any additional costs for that conversion over the $10,000 that's in the Spillman proposal. I'd like to get some definite figures on that. And I also like. Now, I think that'll do it for now.
Okay. We have a second to that?
Second for discussion, Mr. Mayor.
Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, were we not going to wait for the chief to give us a report back on what his findings were with the JPA with regards to that matter?
Councilman Peralta?
Your motion.
I guess maybe let me ask the question of the chief. Can you re-inform me, I guess is the best way to do it, of Councilman Gonzalez's concern on what he asked of you?
Yes, sir. I guess historically, when we go back, we had the difference between Sleuth and Spillman. The county has proceeded with the Spillman implementation, and that we actually got to a point where Spillman was pretty much the one that had been picked, and so now the board primarily is at a point that we're all pretty much in agreement that it's going to go to Spillman. Truth be known, I really don't know what stage they are in implementation. I just really have a whole lot of questions as to where they're actually at. I don't know if it's at a point that it could stop and we could go back to Sleuth. I just truly don't know where we're at. So I don't have a good answer.
Do we know if they've even bought Spillman?
I don't know, sir. I truly don't.
Mr. Bellis, do you know anything?
It's my understanding that they actually
turn your mic on.
Sorry about that. It's my understanding they've purchased the original license, which covers the 911 center. What you're seeing on this other sheet is for the jail, for the transposition of the data and the additional license to the other partners has not gone through. They held it up because they felt that they wanted to make sure that the town followed through on its obligation for the $100,000 that was originally identified before they proceeded. It's my understanding they have started that process with Spielman, but that it would be at least September before the installation was complete. I'm basing that on my last conversation with Amity, as well as other people at the county, and that the transposition of the data would take anywhere between 3 months and
forever.
Who knows, 5 months.
I know the latest conversation that I had about the movement of the data. The last conversation I had with Ms. Bishop was a conversation that it might be more cost effective to actually have a person or persons actually doing a manual entry of that data, and that might be a more cost efficient, more effective methodology of doing it. I have my concerns with that as well. As it stands right now, unfortunately, I'm still at the position where I just don't know.
But how would that be more cost effective? You would actually have to hire somebody to just do that because you don't have the staff to do it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Nor does the sheriff's department.
Right. And to extend this also is if person or person is doing that, they're going to be. I mean, my requirement would be that they pass a full background investigation, that the data is kept. That there's no methodology for that data to get out except for lawful methodology. So that the group of person or persons would not be the lower end of the spectrum. I would expect true professionals to be inside there to handle that data with the amount of respect that it requires. So that's a new conversation as well, which is how is that going to be handled? And from what I've said pretty much from day one is that if we were going to go to sleuth at that point in time, we had the methodology, we had figured out how it was going to be paid for going down the road. And if we're going to go to Spillman, I've been very adamant that there's not going to be extra money coming out of the police department to make this transition. It's just not going to happen. And so when they talk about the data transfer, that is not coming out of my agency, and I don't believe it should come out of the town either.
Didn't we just upgrade sleuth for you last year?
No, sir. We went halfway with it. We were at the point where we had done about approximately 50% of the work, and then I came back to council, and we were prepared to do the final implementation of it, and that's when the conversation about Spillman and the moving the dispatch came to play, and the council at the time chose not to complete the sleuth upgrade.
So, is the 911 center using Spillman now?
No, sir. I believe they are still in sleuth.
It's my understanding they have not even begun the training for the change in software.
That's correct.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask a question real quick. So, Chief, then what power or what say does the JPA board have in place if the county chooses to just move in the direction they've been going anyway? I mean, what are you, a rubber stamp board? What are you?
Pretty much the members of the board we're pretty much in an advisory function. There's not really a whole lot of power that we have an ability to really change things other than our recommendations for how the dispatch center should be ran, aside from personnel actions. We advise the director, and then as a group of first responders, put the direction that we believe the dispatch center should be going.
Should it not be, in fact, you guys being the deciding factor as to who that new ED is, what software is used? I mean, you're the one that's got to work with them.
My position has been and still continues to be that the first responders from the county should be the ones who do the vast majority of the decision making for the implementation and for the systems that we use.
That's not Mr. Mayor, that's not the way the JPA was drawn up, though. as much as we wanted it.
That's correct, sir.
All we did was change hands.
That's correct, sir.
Sorry, Chief.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor, and we're under discussion.
I guess I'm going to ask for a little bit of recommendation from staff. How do we move this thing forward? I mean, is it can we?
I would like to have the conversation with the board tomorrow, and I really think that I would like to have the conversation with the board tomorrow, and there's a number of members that have the same concerns that I have, and we called, and it's an emergency meeting tomorrow, and so let us just kind of unifiedly get all of our questions on the table, and then I'll talk with Mr. Bellis, and we'll see what kind of recommendations we can come up with.
Mr. Mayor, one last question, and is there an urgency or not with the county on this approval? If we postpone
I'm
this
sure they
agreement,
would like to have it as soon as possible, Councilman, but given the questions you've posed, I would say that staff would be in a much better position to get those answers before we sign that agreement than afterwards.
Mr. Mayor, then I make a motion, we put it back on the table till the questions are answered.
Second.
Withdraw your motion.
Motion to table overrides my motion.
Oh, okay. So
we have a motion and a second table, Mr. Mayor.
To table until staff gets us.
So there's a motion and a second to table it, so it is tabled, and we can bring it back at our next meeting.
We have to vote on
There has to be a vote.
Well, tabled, but I would ask, Chief, based on your recommendation, and Steve, Rick, if you can reach out to Steve, kind of get the sense of urgency. I don't mind having a special meeting on this matter if it does come down to putting us in a bad position, either way with the county. But I value your recommendation more than anybody else's, so I want that answer if you can bring it to us.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I know a motion to table is not debatable, but I do have some further information I could share, which would be that I'm the one that drafted the Spielman contract when I was at the county, and the original plan is that the implementation of the Spielman would not occur. Never was it planned that it would occur prior to September of 2015. So I don't know how far along they are, but that was always the plan, that it would be completed and not before September of 2015. The other thing is, and the chief can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that there was a license for the police department that came across my desk, and I thought it was the Spielman license, but I may be incorrect.
Yeah, the what came across the desk was the shared users agreement. From what I understand, that the county would retain the ownership of the licenses, and so therefore the maintenance and et cetera falls underneath the county's direction. The implementation was originally scheduled to be September. With the concerns that the sheriff and I brought forward about the data transfer, the training, the initial training was to begin in May. That's been now shifted back. So I would assume that the implementation has been shifted back as well.
I think my understanding was it wasn't the data transfer that was holding it up. It was just that it's such a long process to actually install and implement the Spielman software and hardware is what the problem was, and why it took so long. And I don't know how, and I haven't been party to any of this for quite a while, but I don't know I never heard any figures about as far as data conversion was concerned.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor.
So, go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. Just text Steve just to ask him how far along the process was, and pretty much reply I got was that the car's already been bought. So JPA would have the JPA board would have a say as to what data is transferred and how that data is transferred, but not so much within the software mechanism itself.
Then basically moving forward would be the way
I think they'd probably move forward irregardless. I mean, I don't know if they have the money, but so I mean, us tabling may be a moot point.
Maybe.
Also withdraw the motion. You withdraw the motion, Council?
So then, Mr. Mayor, he withdrew. So then I guess, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make a motion, regretfully, that the town doesn't have any more say in this than the county did a few months ago. And, I think it's detrimental to this community, detrimental to the officers, detrimental to public safety in general, to have one public body entity, group of elected officials controlling the purse strings and basically every single decision that happens. It was a concern since the beginning. It's a concern now. But, I mean, if our hands are tied, then I'm not going to put you at risk, Chief. I mean, I can't do that. Can't do that to the fire department. Can't do that to even the county's law enforcement side. So if that's the direction the county's already moved, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve.
We have a motion.
There's already a motion on the floor, man.
Did you withdraw it?
No, I withdrew the table motion.
Oh, motion to table. That was already on the floor, I guess, and we had a second to that. So
and then it was withdrawn.
Huh?
Oh.
The original motion is still on the floor because I didn't withdraw the table motion.
So the original motion was to
approve with those conditions.
Oh.
Unless you want to change them. Sorry.
There's a motion to approve with certain conditions on the floor, and I had a second to it. Correct. So call for the vote.
Well, could I clarify the motion first so we can...
So the motion is Peralta's original motion.
Which is to approve the agreement subject to a determination of the value of the water rights that are referred to in the agreement.
Yeah.
And the breakdown by municipality, but I'm assuming that you also mean entity, of the cost of the proportional share of the cost of the...
No, I just want to break down off the Spillman contract of those additional expenses that we're paying for with the water rights for giving to the county as to how that breaks out to the entities.
Okay, so Exhibit 1, you want it further broken down as to each entity.
The second column, not the first.
Right. And that is the jail, the Cuesta, Ski Valley, and the town police department. Okay, and
including all costs for the transfer of data, because I don't think it's be $10,000, but that's included in there, that we're not going to pay any more than that for the transfer of the data.
That was your third condition.
And I wanted a timetable for implementation.
Correct. That was part of your third condition. And if my question is that was a bid for the whole entire package for the extended agencies, and if they're unable to break it down,
they can do it.
All right.
I don't care if they lie to me, just break it down.
Okay. All right. Okay. Councilmember Cantu?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Peralta?
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn?
Yes. Okay. So just for clarification, Councilor Peralta, on item B, since it was tabled, it's just, what is your...
Well, I had a bunch of questions, so I think if those can be answered quickly, we can reconsider it. But I do need some answers to those questions, I think. concerns.
Okay. So on those, is that something that we can bring back at another meeting? Because the way I understand, if something's tabled and it's not, can we give direction to staff to bring it back and answer a series of questions? Or?
We can, what you can do in a future date is you can put it on the agenda as a potential to be brought back off the table. Okay. And then the council has to vote to bring it back. But the only way the council would bring it back off the table is if the information and questions were answered.
Okay.
So you can answer those. They don't have to be in the meeting itself. That data can be provided to them so that when they come to a meeting, then they can vote to take it off the table or leave it on the table, whichever they want to do. But okay. That's where you would handle that.
Okay. So, council, will we get those questions from you for staff before our next meeting? Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody want to stay here? No.